Okay, I was gonna say something along the lines of I forgot to activate the connect thing with Pontificator, but apparently it didn't matter because this is one of the rare occasions where it decided to actually take in the whatever messages, chat messages popped in now. Though I didn't do the like reconnect thing. Let's see. So anything else I forgot? Probably a few things. For one thing, to not have my keyboard right next to me and instead find a place to set it aside so I can actually grab the controller. But yeah, damn, you scared me. Well, I'll do that sometimes, I suppose. Seems to work a little better than the other way around. But yes, hello everyone. Hello to Burn. Hello Akira. Hello Choco. And welcome to what I guess I've decided will be the first stream that I do at this point. That isn't just like random games, even though I need to figure out how I'm gonna like bring that back periodically, because I do want to do that. Maybe do it once every several weeks or something. But do it with some kind of consistency. But for now I will return to something else that is something I pretty much, well, one of those things, one of several things I pretty much left unfinished. That is also related to a theme that I do want to continue having here. That I had before, and I want to continue having here regularly, which is the adventure game zone. With Theresia. At least the first half of Theresia, because as I've alluded to many times, it is my understanding that there's actually like 2 stories you can do in that game, and I think the way it works, I guess I'll try to explain this while I load things up here and get it going. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be using this scene here. Yep. So I can bring back whatever background thing I had left before, or not made visible before, because it didn't fit with the text in that time. But yeah, as I may or may not have mentioned several months ago when I started playing this on my stream originally, Theresia the Emile on the DS, which I will try to make visible now, which shall be out as to oh, what song is this? Prologue from Trauma Team. I guess I'll let this play out. And it doesn't look like software capture is gonna work, so I'll let the remaining 30 seconds or so of this play out while I set up the window capture. Probably just gonna be the one replacing, well, any given window capture really. I guess I'll use this one. But yeah, Theresia the Emile on the DS is a game that was a follow-up, as to my understanding, to a game just called Theresia, that apparently only came out ever on Japanese cell phones, but apparently the original storyline that came out on that, like, not internationally released original version does in fact exist in the DS version, but to access it you need to, what the fuck, you need to play through the Emile storyline, which is like the default one in the DS version. And I'm getting a little confused because for some reason there's like filters on these window captures that I don't remember at all. I guess I'm just gonna get rid of them. 0, just do 0. Oh. Actually, I shouldn't even do 0. Now that I think about that, I should do a little bit more, but I'll take care of that in just a moment, after I make this visible, which was my main concern at that point, and which still is. Now I can actually mess with the filter and get it to actually look right, but yeah. But speaking of Theresia the Emile and how I started playing this months ago and pretty much had to leave it unfinished because of the massive hiatus that I ended up having, let me see if I can try to figure out, for the benefit of anyone watching and also myself pretty much, because I feel like I'm in need of this, try and figure out what like a little recap of the story so far. I feel like we can get that just by diving into the game and like looking at some of the files, because we do have a file thing, and I do vaguely remember that it was like my prerogative to try and get all the files in this game. And speaking of that, I'm pretty sure I did leave like a walkthrough open, because I'm probably gonna be really lost coming back to this game after all this time. I do reserve the right to make very liberal use of that, at least up to a point. But let me see. The first thing I'm pretty sure I want to do is check the sound settings, because I don't think I get the feeling that I probably reduced the sound. Yeah, I did reduce the sound settings significantly. Let me boost that up to like 50% of the default, see if that's better. That does sound better, yeah. Yeah, pretty sure we're good with that. What time to load back into this game? So the basic premise of this game is that you are a person, a girl, I think, who wakes up in this mysterious complex of stuff. You're like deep underground, you're the only person around, but there's like traps, deadly traps everywhere, and there's also like these little red creatures that you run into from time to time. And you basically have no idea what happened, but you do find some corpses, and apparently after a while you learn that there's like a war and or some kind of disease going on that fucked up a lot of people, and you're also like the adopted daughter of like a sadistic executioner woman who worked here, and it's kind of unclear on the whole. I'm pretty sure there was a little bit more than that that could be exposited, but I think that's like the those are probably the most important points to remember. Let's see if something else comes up. I do vaguely remember coming into this room the last time I did this. There's like lots of rocks in the way, and apparently there are in fact no rocks that I don't think I want to bother trying to find my way through here, because it doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. Now let me see. While I'm examining this now, but I was trying to figure out like which buttons you gotta press to bring up your inventory, but I forgot that. It does seem you have to go into like one of the zoomed-in scenes to bring up your inventory. Can I look at the stuff in my inventory? No, I guess not. If I bring something up, I get a blue spear-shaped key, I got a crowbar, got a pair of pliers. I got a sharp knife, which I ironically don't think we've used very much in this game since we got it, if I remember. I got a shovel, which I think we can use. It's one of the most OP things, because you can use it to like clear out obstructions that were annoying obstacles to you in the early game. I do remember that. Car key that opens a lock, which I'm fairly sure we've already used. We got a crossbow, we got 3 crossbow bolts and 2 bullets. I don't think we have a gun though. We have some neutralizer for acid and shit, I think. Some military boots. And I remember where most of these stuff was used. A piece of a journal, which I'm pretty sure we can just use that on ourselves to read like the files and the map. But we can just see the map on the other screen, but let me see. Like I said, I pretty much would be. I am effectively kind of lost here, so let me make liberal use of this little reference that I have on the side here. So we came in through the sun door. Oh, whoops, hold on. Let me actually set up something real quick. Not that. This. There is one thing that I kind of want to set up, but unfortunately I don't quite remember. Oh, wait, no, it's right there. This. That should just be checked now, right? Yeah. This I can only. Or I only need to do like a couple of different clicks to turn that on and off. That's good. Right, now we can control things a little bit more comfortably. But let's see, we came in through the sun door, which is over there, and I'm fairly sure that the last thing that we did, I think we're in the last chapter of 4 chapters, and the last thing that we did at the end of the previous chapter was, or at the beginning of this chapter. Perhaps as a consequence from something that we did at the end of the first chapter, we just learned that the door that leads to this big room is unlocked. Let's try coming over here. let's check this place out. I think we did briefly walk around here, or else the map wouldn't be like that detailed, I don't think. Well, let's check out some rooms. You can see something shining in the dark room. I'm going to assume that we can't see anything else though. Still don't see anything. I don't think I should touch it yet. From what I can see of it, I don't think you should touch it either. So let's touch the shiny switch instead. That's quite handy. Illuminating a picture hanging from the ceiling. I don't know exactly what part of the room she's referring to when she says that. Well, these are pictures? I thought those were like, I don't know, sort of Damocles type things. I wonder if I should mess with these pictures. There are pictures of a group of people in uniform in the remains of a city. There are other pictures of people in lab coats in a field of flowers. And I feel like we've seen, I don't know if pictures, but visions. I guess that pretty much takes care of all the pictures. That description does encompass all of them. One of these books seems different from the rest. Is this a photo album? Let's take a look. A thin piece of paper falls out of the album. Is this from a diary? Could this be another addition to our files? I think I remember this, how this usually works in this game. When you find a new file, you get like a flashback first. And after that, you, like whatever the file is, you get to read it, and it's related to whatever you just witnessed. Someone doesn't want to get burned or die, but I'm pretty sure that what we learned so far in this game, people with purple skin are like affected by the horrible disease and probably do have to be burned. I don't know if their eyes also fall out based on that, or if that's just stylistic, because I don't think we've seen any of the characters' eyes clearly in any of these flashback scenes. This is the church where the infected patients gathered. Well, the perspective is a little bit different from what it's supposed to look like, but that's okay. First, we need to make a list of all the infected patients. What about those who might be infected? Adding to the list would make a note of their status. Or make a separate list, I don't know. What about the dead? Burn them as usual. I've told you this 1,000 times, we don't need to tell anyone that we're doing that. It's no big deal. All doctors must be treated after interacting with the patients. We'll take the vaccine as well. I mean, if there's a vaccine, have you taken it yet? If you don't, you can't forget about any treatment when you get infected. If you don't want to end up as a pile of ash, do as I say. So one treatment that's effective against the virus. My name is Emile. I'm a doctor. I don't know if we are supposed to like make the connection that we've been to the room in the background, but maybe. And yeah, that's something else keeps coming up. Apparently there's Emile, the doctor woman who was like working with people here. It's a separate character from the... She appeared out of nowhere with a team of doctors to save us. The virus known as Epicari was running rampant through the village. No one could stop it. I remember talking to her often. Maybe now we'll be reading that note. Let's see what that reveals. June 27th, XX45. The virus Epicari is claiming the lives of people in the town one after another. Purple bodies are piling up. Those who are infected by Epicari will go mad, hurt themselves, and eventually die. Epicari is a horrifying virus that devours your memories and your soul. In the war, it was used as a weapon. To stop the spread of Epicari, the bodies of the dead are brought to the church and burned. The fires burn day and night. I was really scared. I kind of have to wonder what is used even as fuel for those fires, but Some people in white coats began regularly visiting the church. They turned out to be doctors led by a black-haired woman, Emile. Since the doctors have been visiting the church, not as many people have gone mad. Goodness. Alright. But there's nothing there. This door leads to the back room. So there's another door that we can take to go further into this place. So let's try that to go to adjacent room. That's considerably better than the... How so? Violence makes me feel just a little bit calmer. Alright, well I mean, I thought we would know. With the delicious MIDI organ. There's something shiny over there. That might be another one of them. They're things that we can use to heal ourselves, elixirs. But we've been at the limit of those for quite a while now. There are several pieces of furniture in the room, placed apparently at random. There's a lump of compressed iron in the corner. What about over here? And there is a bunch of stuff on the shelf. There doesn't seem to be any traps on this shelf. If I go through the bunch of stuff. I looked at various things and I found a bolt for my crossbow. How nice. I have one extra bolt, I guess. There's a pile of cardboard boxes. Well, there's nothing there, really. Well, let's get out of here. I don't really want to fuck with the stuff in the back. Seems unnecessary. I can go over here on the door on the left. I have almost 100k channel points. Well, that means that you've been hanging around here for quite a long time, even if, honestly, I feel like I didn't even think about the... As I know, for some reason this thing is giving me channel points, like introductory text, even though I've looked at this forever. But yeah, I don't even know if I would necessarily actually do a chunk of the stuff that I have under channel points, like, at this time. So I should probably adjust that. Guess I'll do that in time for whatever I stream next, though. It would be a bit cumbersome to do it now. Is there a battle here? Sure, the statue was beautiful once, but it's just rubble now. Apparently it's nothing but ruined stuff in here. Part of the ceiling is gone. I can imagine the terrible battle that must have happened here. Or maybe something much less intent-driven. I don't know. Let's see. We could go into the other door that's right here, but I mean, why not? Another ruined room. Rubble is scattered everywhere. Looks like something exploded. There's bullet holes everywhere, and it looks like there was a fire. Looks like a battlefield. There's apparently blood splattered. Well, I guess since there was like a war, it's like a part of the backstory here, I suppose. That's what makes it possible. And destroyed pieces of art. And bullet holes in the wall, like in those museums in London where there's like, we left the bullet holes in the wall like unrepaired on purpose so that you can see how spooky war is. There's some places where you'll see stuff like that. And is there nothing else in the rubble itself? Number of destroyed pieces of art. I can see blood splattered across some of them. I'm pretty sure the blood splatter is meant to indicate that if you fuck with that, it's you're gonna get hurt. Well, let me see. do have like infinite save scum potential if I just do this, so... Well, let's do that. Let's be reminded of the fact that the timer for minutes on, and hours for that matter, in this game has... Oh shit. That's unfortunate. So we couldn't really even touch that without getting hurt. But we are at max elixir, so I'm not even too worried about like having to undo that. There's a piece of paper in the rubble. The pile of rubble doesn't look okay. Let's check that out. We grab some rubble and let's try it this way. Push some rubble to the right. There's a piece of paper on the floor. Alright. Got another file already. Do you even do Castlevania run-arounds anymore? I mean, I certainly haven't at any point during this year, but I'm pretty sure I could if I really wanted to, but probably not on stream at this time. This is a cure, oh boy. Guessing that it's gonna be something really dodgy, yeah, as the cure for the virus. Apparently, I mean, based on this, the same red beads shit that we've been seeing through the early parts of the game is what they gave us the cure, but is that actually the case, or are they just doing, like, dodgy mangala shit? My wife has been playing through 7th Guest? Nice. I actually played through 7th Guest sometime, I'm pretty sure last year, and I feel like I looked at 11th Hour very briefly, but the fact that that's only playable on DOSBox just kind of made it a little too clunky for me to try at the time, but probably go back to that at some point. Have you accepted death? Do you think this is God's plan? Wait, is that the dude? I feel like we've seen that dude with the beard maybe in one of the other memories, now that I think about that. Maybe he was like the dead priest that we found in like the lowest basement in one of the crypts. The vaccine. Those red microbes. Is the vaccine the red microbes? Those red squirming beads. Which we still don't know like how they even came into existence. We're sure that we've come this far into the game and we still don't know. A priest named Heinen died today as a result of self-destructive behavior brought on by an epicary infection. It's apparently in Emile's notebook, so it would be from her perspective. Theresia is a treatment made from a certain person's DNA. I think that's the name that they also gave, like that's the resonance of the name. Theresia is the name of both the red microbes and also the crazy executioner woman who's like her adopted mother. Since a special microbe has to be used to carry the DNA, the medicine itself looks like a squirming bead. These microbes, which are visible to the naked eye, must be injected into the bloodstream. Understandably, many people are frightened by its appearance, yeah. It does seem like the farther you go into this game, the more you can see that it didn't prove these too thoroughly. But the priest seemed to be afraid of Theresia itself, almost like it was the devil. Red microbes that I've seen all over the building. When I first saw them, I was terrified. They covered the room, they were everywhere. It felt like they were staring at me, but those red beads are the cure for the epicary virus. And I'm pretty sure we've just seen them, like, swarm and go crazy in a few places. The priest was infected with epicary and then ended up dying because he had refused to take the cure. Vaccine Theresia. The word Theresia was written in red on the wall in the room where I woke up. Yeah, I think it was, though I barely remember that. That mean this treatment? Did we take the vaccines and ended up trapped here in this death trap palace and without our memories or something? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I still have no idea why we ended up here in this situation. That's been like the the driving question, and it has remained the driving question this entire time. Let's see. What is this here? Is this rubble the type of rubble that we can get rid of with the shovel? Because I'm pretty sure that was like the whole purpose of the shovel. And well, apparently we can clear more stuff away. This looks like another pile of rubble that's exactly the same, but I guess that one does not count. What about this? Does this count? Because the map maybe kind of looked like there was already like a way that we could have just mudslide, but it wasn't that we can still take care of this. Well, I guess the map kind of implies that you can, it's possible to go that way, but it's not actually cleared out yet. You have to actually do it yourself. So yeah, I guess we never actually explored like the entirety of this hallway whenever I played this last. Because that's what we're just up to right now. What is this? Always blocked by a pile of rubble. That's all there is, right? Yeah. Well, I think I've made it to the door all the way back here. Let's see, that's good enough as a means to get through that hallway. This room looks like it was destroyed on purpose. Was it destroyed on purpose? Well, I mean, I'm not the one who made that judgment, so... Looks like another hole in the ceiling, completely ruined. And we assume that it's also to do with the battle. There's a lot of stuff buried under the rubble. So, maybe the same kind of situation as before. Let's try to just shove it to the side. And find a hammer. Oh, might come in handy. Decided to take the hammer with me, and I think that's it. The description said used to break walls and rocks. Ooh, that means we can probably use it to like get rid of all the rocks in the room, the part of the room that's like directly south of here, the grid area that has all those big rocks. But maybe we can keep on going in this direction. Let's return. I don't know where we came. Like based on our position on the map, I'm pretty sure that we have to enter the left door to go back the way we came. So let's do that. Well, we can maybe try it out with this one here. I did notice a couple of rocks on the way. Huge boulder is blocking the hallway. Can we swing the hammer? After hitting the rock over and over, okay. Just gonna say, are we like... we have enough strength and intention to just smash rocks in one go. Let me check one thing actually, because I think that if we look, I can't check it right now because I'm not in the view mode, but maybe if I get close to one of these chairs. I did notice that there's like a, yes I know, map thingy. If I use it on myself, I can't remember, does it like assign a path to, or name to all of these rooms? I think it does, room carvings, yeah. Room of Rubble 2, Room of Rubble 1. Can I use the thing to, yeah, select that myself? What about the place where I am right now? I guess that doesn't have its own name yet. Never mind. Warehouse and more pictures. That's what I skipped because I didn't realize that the top left of the thing, the icon, is what's The pointer part. I thought it was the bottom right. But yeah. Well, since we came back here, let's see if I can find my way through these rocks. There do seem to be some stairs right beyond that, so that might be the most sensible priority. At this point, I'm fairly sure I can have faith in the fact that the hammer will not break before I stop having a need for it. Sure, let's take the stairs. Or not. Stairs are blocked. We can't use the hammer to get rid of that, can we? Because it's like... it has the high ground. There's an elixir in the middle of the stairs, though. But what was that? Oh, the stairs have collapsed in the middle, or this is the collapse. I guess I can take the elixir, since I'm guessing that we're not gonna... I mean, I'm gonna try just to see if it does anything, but... no, I guess it's not going to. I guess I'm gonna heal myself. There's an elixir in the middle of the stairs. Just so I can get topped out. Surely the elixir won't be trapped. There we go. I'll take it with me. Alright, that wasn't so fruitful after all. Yes, we don't need to, or we're not going to go very far if we take those stairs in particular. There does seem to be another set of stairs right behind this rock though, so not only if that will yield any different results. Let's go ahead and pop the hammer. Let's see where that leaves us, because the stairs are right here. Oh, well, the music's different, so... yes, I mean, we are going to run into something new, perhaps. We are now in 2F, so we already made it into the ground floor. After all the basements that came in, like, chapters 1 and 2. And now we're ascending even further beyond. Certainly come a long way. I don't know, I'm a little paranoid about this, honestly. Like this music makes me a bit paranoid. Well, let's take a look around. This room is well decorated, but its beauty makes the bullet holes and the horrible smell of rotting flesh stand out even more. Perhaps from a corpse over here? Yeah, a corpse with a soldier's uniform on the bed. Looks like he died holding his position in this room and then he was just left here. I wonder if there was a firefight here. Let's see if I can adjust my position a little bit, because goddamn. There's an old drawing on the wall. I can sense blood on the frame. Which means that I'm probably gonna get screwed over if I touch it, so let's not do that. Parts of this chair have been beautifully decorated. Bullet holes in the wall. Is there anything that I actually want from here, though? Take a closer look and I notice a thin piece of string tied to the top of the bed. That seems pretty suspicious. As well. Doesn't seem quite as ominous as the other one, though. Reach toward the bed. Nope, never mind. It was the same result after all. You know what, I'm going to take a look around this room, and if I don't find anything useful, I'm just gonna freaking reload. Screw it. Firefight. What about the little vase of flowers next to the bed here? Whatever beauty it might have had is gone. Nope. Doesn't really look like there's much of a point in coming here from where I'm standing right now. This corpse is wearing a soldier's uniform, so it's the same kind of deal. So it's just corpses and traps. Let me just take a step backward in time. I think we will go into that room just so... because that's probably going to be required for it to be, like, registered on the map, but... not gonna touch anything in here. This is the way I came. So I can also try going a little bit further. If I go to the end of this hallway, there's nothing. If I try to go into this part of the hallway, there's some rocks I gotta break. Soon. At least it's a different rock graphic this time. Like, I don't think I could have even come here without... I think there is a way. I think there's like some grenade items that I was using before to break the rocks, and I did use like a couple of them on that big rock room, but... Seems pretty annoying to like have to keep restocking on those things instead of using something like the hammer, which we can just use over and over. The door is magnificent, and based on the fact that we're staring at the door and we didn't go through it, I'm also assuming that it's locked. I have a bad feeling about this, oh boy. Oh. And now we know. And yeah, it does look like electricity-based traps are among the ones that take the most amount of health out of you whenever you run into them. I do see that door, but I'm kind of wondering if this leads to... does this lead to the other end of the other set of stairs that we found? But we're gonna be unable to climb down them from the other side. Yeah, I think so. Is there also an elixir on this side of the stairs? Nope. So let's leave the stairs. This side is even more pointless. So, I guess there's only one thing to do right now, and that's to check out this door here. I wonder if there's gonna be anything useful in this room, which we were at least able to go into without getting electrocuted. The corpse of the uniform on is lying with its back to the passage. The breast of this uniform is stained a deep red. On the left side are sounds of it having been dragged across the floor. The walls are riddled with blood holes, and yeah, once again, there we are with our glowing rationale. This corpse doesn't seem as rotten as the others. Is that an imitation? No, I guess not. And I did say that in reference to... Now I gotta find an item, unlike whatever it is that you just thought. Their clean white sheets seem out of place compared to the filthy beds I saw underground. Well, I don't know, maybe people actually hung out here. But once again, it doesn't really seem like there's much to find here. Let me take another scan of the hallway. Big grid hallway downstairs that has all the rocks. Perhaps there's more to be found there still. But perhaps not. I mean, we've managed to clear a way to the stairs, both stairs from the other end of the room, so... Get the feeling that was our main concern for as long as we were here. It also seems like the darker colored rocks can't be broken, just based on the fact that you apparently can't interact with them. There might also be something over there, but can we reach that without breaking more rocks? Maybe not. Maybe we should break these. Let me get this one out of the way just to see if anything lies beyond. After hitting the rock over and over, I finally break it. Oh, nice. Okay, this is just a dead end. Okay, never mind. It's just a fake out because you can see the hole on the left there. But you can reach that. You can't reach that actually because this column is in the way. We can't mess with the column, can we? Not from this side. And not from this side. I guess I'm gonna break this rock too, just to be thoroughly sure that that's not what I'm supposed to be looking at. Yeah. Try to bump into it, but that doesn't work either, so... No. Can I go ahead and look at the benches one more time? Oh, I was waiting for that thing to show up, but I just did it very, very suddenly instead of fading in like I was expecting it to. Let's check the map. This is 1F. I can't change the floor here, can I? Like, the floor that I'm looking at on the map, even though I'd probably like to. Flower door, room of life, room of condemnation. I do remember the puzzles in this place, kind of, but that is behind us now, I think. Moon door, cathedral. We're supposed to go back to the cathedral, Mafrapple. Central stairway south. Past the sun door lies the place with all the... So why aren't there like any markers on the bottom left? That seems a bit suspicious. Let's see if I can get there. Yeah, if the sun door opened as like one of the most recent things that happened, then the way to this place would not have been open at all. So I'm gonna check that out now. I get the feeling that I never even tried to open this door, but probably can't open this door if it's just showing me the door. It's firmly shut. I hope it's not electrified. It's not, but at least it is not, but it is also not open, so not too sure. Hold on a sec. Let me retrace my steps, actually, because I'm pretty sure there's some stuff that we didn't check out in this north area. And I don't think I'm talking about, like, going through the other end of that room that was past the rocks that we broke after we found the hammer to break the stones, but did I just say the same thing twice? I feel like we did, but I do tend to do that. In fact, there's more rocks to break in this direction anyway, so must be here for a reason. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure we found like a shitty rusty hammer in the early parts of the game. That one broke after we used it for a while. So hopefully this one, if it does break, it will not break nearly as readily. There's a door there, there's a big pile of rubble here, but apparently it's not the type that we can interact with and clear out. So let's check out this door. Or not. What's the deal? The door is firmly shut. Is it of the same persuasion? Wait, what? I don't know. I mean, we found our way here. There's like more rocks to break on that side, but it seems a bit unnecessary. So maybe I will go back through here and try to make my way through. Through this, like, series of things again, just so I can make it to this door that's on the other end. Right here. And see what lies on the other side, but once again I guess it's time for me to save. Because going further into stuff like this does tend to make me paranoid. I doubt that will change. So yeah, it's the right door to go further. Not in the direction that we've come, but in the direction that is the opposite of that. Yeah. I think we would have to go through here to make, like, I guess, the other way into that room. That's on the north side, and that probably is what we're gonna have to end up doing, so yeah, doesn't really seem to be anything over here, so let's get to it right away. It's broken. But you're not broken. There's an out machine sitting near the entrance to the room. Oh, that's oh boy. Yeah, don't think I can get into the room unless I walk over it. So that, I'm pretty sure we've seen mines in this place at some point before. Looks like it's got some sort of sensor connected to it. Oh boy. I mean, we already took some damage. It would be ideal if we hadn't taken some damage, and I did just save. So I don't know, maybe we can try to just take a risk. It's not like we could have any problem with the item supply of heals being full. Trying to figure out if there's anything else we could do about this though. I mean, I'm thinking that just like, yeah, I think if we're just in the room, there's no way we're gonna be able to blow this thing up and not get hurt ourselves. So let's inch in with a 2x4 and see what happens. Well, it's predictable results really, but the room is filled with a deafening explosion. The 2x4 disintegrates as the explosion engulfs my body. I'm covered in blood. That thing on the floor must have been a landmine, but it should be the only one, so yeah. Just took damage. Took only a tiny bit of damage, really, from that. I guess a 2x4 really did help. And now we're just in the room. Looks like these are all full of ammunition. But I can't get to it because it's all locked up in, like, mesh lockers, I guess. Is there anything in this room that we can get to now? Something that looks like a landmine on top of the wooden box. Looks like it's been deactivated. Maybe I should tempt fate a little bit more by trying to, yeah, just grab one of these things for myself. Maybe now I can use this. Can I grab any more? Don't see anything interesting. Yeah, maybe this is one of those rooms, because I'm pretty sure we found stuff like that in this game before, where you can like keep coming back if you're out of a certain type of item to just keep grabbing more of that item, but maybe not. What about this door? Because I'm pretty sure this one is the one that was locked from the other side. Door seems to be locked from the inside. I unlock the door and leave the room. Oh, there you go. Right, hold on. I guess we... never mind, we have thoroughly searched this area now and we didn't really find anything new, we just ended up losing some health, but at least we have a shortcut now. If we ever need that. No idea if that'll ever actually come into play, but... yeah. So let's head back up to the... maybe head back up to the other area that we found our way into, the one with all the corpses, through the stairs that we found that actually work, because I'm not sure where else we can go right now. Let me check the map. Or maybe check the map, so we have to go into a room first. This one right here we know is perfectly accessible, so let's go into here. Let me see if the rooms in this place have been labeled on the map yet. Yes, they have. Private room 1, private room 2 door, which we have not been able to go into because it's electrified, and private room 3. Let's go back to private room 3. I feel like we explored this room pretty thoroughly, and we're able to conclude that there isn't anything we can find there, but maybe we missed something here. This beautiful room is full of corpses. I wonder which part of that is what makes it beautiful. The rest of this uniform is stained deep red on the left side, are signs of it having been dragged across the floor. Shall we disturb this corpse? Because we were not able to disturb the corpse on the bed, even though that's apparently the one that was less rotted. Let's shove it over to that side now. There's a glove of some sort behind the corpse, but of course it is. Of course there is, rather. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Actually, hold on, let me check the inventory right now. Where did the gloves end up? There they are. Like, gonna be able to disguise ourselves in full soldier cosplay at this point. There's no use for it here? Okay. I thought that's pretty much something you had to do with at least some of the items, like... Had to equip the boots to walk over some electrocuted water, and equip the mask on the, like, gas mask puzzle area. But maybe now that we have this thick glove, we can operate this door without getting, getting electrocuted. Or not. Or yeah, never mind. I forgot that that happens sometimes. We'll still see the animation, but you won't get hurt this time. You're a quiet boss and the door is no longer electrified. Oh, that's handy. And now we're here. This beautiful room is full of corpses. That's at least the third time I want to say that we've seen that description. Light is so bright that I have to squint my eyes to see. There's a corpse with white hair lying on the desk, its hair glowing in the bright light. What's happening, oh boy? Are we getting another flashback? But I guess not right now, because we're able to move around. There's some small wires near the desk. Need to do something about this wire before I go to the other side of the desk, and maybe we can just sacrifice another 2x4 here. I can't really see the wire. Maybe it's like supposed to be one of those invisible trap things. Even if, based on that description, it seems as you can see it quite clearly. Full of thick, confusing books, and back here, number of books and documents on the first shelf. There is a distinct odor of old paper. Well, let's take a chance here, why not? This file looks like a written history of this place, but there's nothing in it that awakens my memories. What about this shelf on the left? It's full of thick, confusing books. I don't think I could understand them even if I read them. So now we're just giving up immediately. The wire in front of the corpse. Okay, so this, whatever this zone is, seems to be the action area for the wire. So we do have some tools. We can use the knife, or we can use the... Let's use the knife. Let's see what works. Cut the wire with the knife. There you go. And now we can just get close, I would imagine. Oh, it's a woman. That woman with white hair sits at the desk, her head resting on her arms, as if she was only sleeping. Are you sure about that? Because it looks to me like her head is like... is mashed down on the desk and her arms are like drooping off to the side, but... maybe I'm looking at it wrong. What will we find out? The second I touch it, I feel a strange sort of shudder run through my body. Could this be the source of the... God, I don't remember. I feel like maybe the... like... the character called Theresia that we've... that we've seen in the flashbacks had white hair in the flashbacks, but I don't remember. Mother. But this could be her, if that's what we're saying right now. With shaking hands, I search her body for I don't know what for. Her long blonde hair has turned white. Her thin body is rotting away. Mother is dead. But why? All the traps you set. These traps that kill and hurt, so is it supposed to be like the assertion moment where we try to figure out that, or try to, I mean, we don't have confirmation either way. I was kind of already kind of assumed through suspicion that she had set the traps. You were a torturer, you love to see blood and pain. You were so possessive of me. Weren't you watching me as I crawled all the way up here every time I got hurt? Because you would have expected that if she actually was here the whole time and she was the one who set the traps, that she would have at least been around to give an explanation at the end, but maybe not. Didn't you want to kill me? Why did you do all this? Why indeed? And this is bullshit, oh boy. should laugh when I get hurt. You should get excited when you see me bleed as my flesh is shaved from my bones. That's the kind of person you are. Why the hell are you dead? I did also think that was gonna be somebody else on the desk, but I guess not. Remembered you, I came all the way out here, and you're dead. I have so much to tell you, really. You were obsessed with me. You tied me down and beat me. You didn't even treat me like a human being, and yet I developed that weird single-minded Stockholm syndrome anyway, because apparently I hadn't known anything else. Cry and cry and cry because of a corpse. I mean, that seems like a fairly common reason for crying. Eventually my tears subside and I look at the corpse again. I feel surprisingly empty. I don't feel any pain. I mean, you already had your cry. I feel like it shouldn't be that weird. I don't want to do anything, don't care if I die like this. What am I supposed to do after I get out of here? My body can barely move anymore. Should just die. I touch Mother's corpse again and a piece of paper falls out. Maybe not. I don't think I've recovered all my memories. If there is more for me to discover. Just treat finding the title character's corpse as a stepping stone. Oh, shit. Didn't realize I was back in control, but no. I don't want to touch her now, but at least now we know who it is. So it seems. How did you die? What am I going to do? I don't know, but we did see like a flash of the pendant, so maybe if we interact with that right now. I feel like there's more to this room. Yeah, we haven't really been using that a whole lot, but... Alright, we found our mother's corpse, who was also the main... Well, not the main character, but the one who gave her name to the game. And who apparently, yeah, had a lot to do with everything that happened here, but now she's just dead. Old paper. I guess we weren't supposed to find that over here, maybe now. There's a piece of paper with a hole in it on the shelf, of course. Moon paper with countless holes in it. Never mind. There's a picture of the moon on it, and I get the feeling I know what we're supposed to be doing here. Take it back to the organ again, and see, I think that is how we ended up opening some of these other doors. Find the corresponding piece of paper and use the organ to unlock them. And because we just found the moon paper, I guess we haven't unlocked the moon door yet. I suppose that's what we're gonna be up to next. Let's see. The way out back out of this room should be through here. And the way that actually leads back to where the Orion is should be through here. Can I not? Okay. Apparently just having your face pressed right up to the door is not good enough to get the prompt to open it. And let's go. I'm pretty sure there were like a bunch of rocks in this room too, and I guess we could probably just use those to, well, use the hammer, I mean, to clean our way through the door without having to walk around them anymore. Might as well make use of this as long as we have it. I feel like we're doing, I don't know, we're just being diligent about keeping this place in order. It's like one of those more modern games, like fucking House Flipper or something, which I actually ended up playing one night because I wanted to try it out, and I just ended up just fucking maxing out the single player mode in that game in that one night. Because I don't know, it felt strangely homey, and also reminds me a bit of another game that a friend of mine recommended me just a couple days ago. It's apparently that same. I think it's only available as a demo right now, but I did play the demo. Apparently he got highlighted during like the recent Steam sale stuff called A Little to the Left, I think. It's very much a busy work, OCD, simple type of game, but that can be relaxing, I find. Just walk forward and do simple menial tasks like breaking the rocks in your way. But now we are at the pipe organ, so let's see what follows. There's a thing that paper goes into, I'm pretty sure. Contains a certain air of dignity. Where is our last piece of paper here? Is it this? Yeah. Let's use the moving paper. And see what we get. Ears start to move. The pipe organ begins to play beautiful, somehow familiar music. The sound of it reminds me of moonlight. Perhaps we're hearing it now. Suddenly memories are rushing back. I remember, Emile hummed a very similar melody even after we went underground. She was smart, she seemed somewhat cold on the surface but was very kind to me, and she was reliable. What a nostalgic sound. Music stops but I stay glued to the spot. The moment the organ stops, I hear a loud noise. Another door must have opened, and I think we have a pretty good idea of which one. Well, I don't know, I guess we found out that, well, it also shows us a glowing dot on the map, so even if we didn't have that much memory with me, I guess that wouldn't be an issue. Let's just saunter right back through the perfectly clear hallway that we just cleared with the hammer. Enjoy the fruits of our labor. But let's not bother doing that a whole lot more, because we'll be here for like a long time. So here is the moon door, I'm pretty sure. Getting to another part of this place that we haven't really had a chance to check out. Because it's not mapped out at all. So can we just go through? Door isn't locked, so yeah, let's just go. And now that we're here, I do feel compelled to save once again. I feel like we're gonna have to be doing this a bit more frequently now. Let's see what's this way. It's apparently a door to get to what looked like the other half of this room on the map. What's going on here? Shines down into the destroyed room like a spotlight. Whoops. Corpse wearing a uniform is lying on the floor. A beam of light from the ceiling is illuminating his feet. Even in death, his face is full of regrets. Okay, so it's like a helmet that's on the top of his head, not like a sort of light-haired bob cut, which is what I saw it at first. Or saw it as at first, the opposite of what I just said. There's apparently nothing we can do with the corpse, as usual. Part of the ceiling that collapsed seems to have crushed a table underneath it. One piece of paper survived the assault of rocks and woods. The code is the birthday of the person in charge, Theresia. Looks like something was dragged around here, so we did learn that apparently there's a code, Theresia, that we need to remember. Is there nothing but like bullet holes and cracks in the walls beside that though? Can we take the door on the left? It's pretty sure from our perspective on the map there that would be the one that leads forward. What about this thing next to the... Ooh. Well, this is weird. Can we interact with this? 5, yeah we can. Hold on, just delete. Because we apparently read from that piece of paper in the middle of the floor that the code is Theresia, but how do we translate that into numbers? Oh, the birthday of the person in charge. No, that's what it said, didn't it? Yeah, the birthday of the person in charge. But how do we check that? Have we had the chance to check that before? Maybe, but maybe not. Hold on. Actually, well, I guess I'm gonna start going back, but whenever I get a chance to, like, check the items again, I'm gonna do that. What if I go back to the downstairs? How did we get back downstairs, actually? Is it, like, this way? Come on. If I navigate my way around correctly, yeah, here are the stairs. Ooh. I'm starting to remember how these places laid out in the... like how the basement complexes are linked. A little bit. I think I'm gonna try to do something like that. Or make use of that, I mean. Let me go this way. I think, from what I remember, I can safely assume that every door in this place is unlocked. If I head over here... okay, yeah, this is one of the elevators. Wait, this should be one. I don't think we want to use the elevator right now, though. Hold on, there's a door here, but I'm trying to remember if there's any reason why. I guess we never opened this door, never mind. Door shut tight. Let's leave it alone, because I don't think that... oh, goddammit, that's what I wanted to do. I don't think that anything that we've been doing would be relevant to this door. And if there was something else relevant to that door, I'm gonna need some... a better refresher than that. Let's go this way instead. Probably could have looked at my items during the, examine the door screen there, but I forgot, so let's just keep moving here. Once we go into this room, though, assuming that we can, which we probably can just because it's already mapped out, yeah. There are a lot of machines. Let me go through the, not the map, the journal pieces, I guess. This is... I'm pretty sure these are like categories too. They're like diaries, Maylee's notebook. I don't know who else's notebook. Can we read? Can we read these? I guess we have to like actually select them with this. Order of withdrawal. Along with modern. Death of the priest. Is Death of the priest from Maylee's perspective? I'm guessing that if there's one that says, yeah, this is Maylee's notebook. Oh, this is one of the last one that we found, actually. So what's up with the one that's called Along with Mother? Because that doesn't seem like that would be from Maylee's perspective, if it has that title. This one is Girl's Diary with my mother. Once the evacuation order was given, the soldier began killing people left and right. So this is from Girl's Diary, which I'm pretty sure is supposed to be from the protagonist's diary. So no, maybe it would be a little bit harder to search for stuff in there, even if there's not a whole lot of documents. What about this place then? Oh. Well, what is this? There's a mark on the calendar on the 19th of March. Someone wrote Theresia under the mark. How convenient. 19th of March. Let's keep that number in mind. That's apparently the magical Theresia number. Let me see if I can remember the way. I'm pretty sure it's this way. We just have to go back up to the middle where the stairs are. Get back up to the magical place where we came from. The place that's back up the stairs. It was here, right? Okay, I assume this leads to the stairs, even though it's behind the door, so we don't get to the actual stairs icon, so it's this way. March 19th. I wonder if we get that. I sure hope there isn't like anything else like that that calls for me to backtrack, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that very easily, but we'll see. March 19th. I'm going to, I'd like to assume that it uses the correct date format, so, wait. The correct date format, which is to say day and then month. We'll see. Hear a dull sound from the device. No, apparently they're wrong, because they're saying that I'm wrong. So let's do it the other way. Pretty sure there was a puzzle like this in like Fatal Frame or something, and they used the correct date format there. How come these guys can't follow that example? And there's just like a tiny stretch of hallway with a door behind that, so they're just having the last door be the same one. What's this now? Didn't just go outside, did we? That would be quite different. The wind rushes in as I open the door. Oh, maybe we did. This would be the first time ever that we've been outside in this. The vast dirt ground lies before me in this game. It's quite a change of scenery. It's so liberating I can't help but stop, but only for a moment, because, well, blowing wind stings my wounds, causing my body to cringe. Yeah, we did get electrocuted and cut and all that stuff. Must act quickly. I gotta find the truth. Let's see what it looks like. It looks nice, honestly. Looks even more old school, kind of DOS. Like, I don't know. Look at the skybox, looks pretty conspicuous. It looks like the Truman Show, but I don't know, this outside part makes me think of something that you would see in like an old school CRPG like Might and Magic or Bard's Tale or something. If only for a little bit, so let's take a look around. I guess now that we've made it outside with the Truman Show skybox. Let's save again. I think we're in an acceptable position in which to do that. Let's check out some of these doors, I guess. How about this one right here, the first thing you see when you walk in. Water fountain shows no trace of its former beauty, which you're kind of assuming there that it had a former beauty to be able to say something like that. Maybe kill that man. Oh yeah, there's a man here. Kind of blended into the background as they do a lot of the time. Sky is full of clouds. How long has it been since I last looked at the sky? All of you to assume that you ever did. I'm making a lot of assumptions here. Okay, I'm pretty sure we came in from the north, so... Wait, far left door, I guess. Grate. Can we open this grate? I wasn't even thinking of that as an option, but no, apparently we can't. Let's open the door on the right, and I guess that just opens up and leaves us back here again. So, don't really have any reason to assume why the other door in that room would be locked. You can just walk in and out like that. Well, let's see what's over here. There's like a big greenhouse that we're like running circles around right now. Wondering if there's a way to get in. Oh, there's something here. What is this? Is this like a piece of wood, rubble, or another rock? Now a huge boulder. Just coming up with even more boulder art in this game. At least we know what to do. Can we still not continue going that way though? No, apparently that's just blocked. And I'm pretty sure that even if we break this boulder here, it's gonna be the same deal there, right? So let me take a look behind what's here. Yeah, I think it is. Doesn't seem like there's much of a point in doing that. No, if I'm actually looking at the map right now, which I didn't before, and I can see that apparently the way into this place is like over here. On the north side. Probably, there it is. Bridal plants surround the whole area. And there is like apparently a back area, but let's see. Her perspective is diagonal right now. Most of the windows in the greenhouse have been broken. This leads to the back room. The glass door is brittle and it's probably locked, but it is in fact a door made out of glass, so yeah. Seems like a bit of a self-defeating lock. So the windows have been broken, but apparently we're not too concerned about getting hit with that, so let's use the Gordon Freeman method this time. Probably a little overkill to use a hammer for this. Oh, there it goes. That is broken, so I think I can open the door. Let's and hopefully you don't cut yourself on the glass and take like surprising amounts of damage. Nope, apparently it's just done without any complications. Bridal plants surround the whole area. There's also these things on the sides. There's a bullet hole in the center of the chest, there's a corpse behind them, but there's also wires strung in front of the corpse, yeah. Flowers are lined up in rows. There are several wires stretched across the area in front of the corpse, which I can't see any corpse on this side unless there's like, I don't know, like a wooden planter and flowers apparently, and a corpse lying on top of that. I'm having a bit of a hard time making out some of the visuals here. Let's see. Well, this worked last time. Let's see if it still does the trick. Cut the wire, even though it's like a whole thing of wires in each of these sides. So yeah, there's no longer anything blocking me from reaching this guy. There's a bullet hole and blood splattered. Does he have anything important? It's holding a gun. Oh, we have a gun now. I don't remember if we ever had a gun before, but I guess there's it makes sense now that we have those bullets just kind of in our inventory. Oh, and we have an elixir, so let's go ahead and pop one of the ones that we have right now. Top out. And let's go ahead and grab this one here. Let's take a look. This is just... okay, this is just the door that leads back there. I get the feeling that we didn't come all the way back here just to get another elixir, though. Oh no, we got the gun. So that's probably a good enough reason to say that we've successfully explored this room. I forgot about that completely. That happens to me a lot. So let's get out of here, I guess. We've gone to a few of these rooms. And we've only found like the gun so far, something that seems like it's gonna be significant. What's over on the right here? This also reminds me a little bit of Echo Knight, which is Echo Knight 2 specifically. Another spooky adventure game, but a significantly older one, which I actually started playing by myself at some time. There's a key jam between the door and the frame. Wait, what? Oh dear. There's actually 3 Echo Knight games, and I only beat the first one. I guess I probably could bring those to the stream at some point or another, but like I would want to go through them myself first. It looks like there's a small gap between the door and the frame. There's a key jam between the door and the frame. Can we do anything about that? Do we have anything that's like the fucking card key? But no. And she said there's a gap between the door and the frame, but apparently she won't use the card key to jimmy around that. So Maybe the knife? Is that thin enough? And sturdy enough? No? Let's try something a little bit different. Let's try something ridiculous. Can we fire the gun? Oh. Are you sure about that? Oh, never mind, we're gonna fire the gun. The lock shatters, okay. Well, we used up a bullet, but I guess we can at least go in now. It seems like a good use. I mean, it sounds like we're gonna be gunning down purple zombies in this game, but from what we've seen so far. I see more wires. I'm guessing that we don't actually want to mess with any of those wires without cutting them first, so... There are even traps here. At least they're very, very obvious, these wire-based ones. We can use the pliers for it this time, you know, switch it up a bit. There we go. So what is behind this thing? There's something like shining in one of these boxes. Strange light leaks out from behind the shelf. Something bluish white shining in the box. I'm pretty sure I know what that is. We don't need another elixir right now. Several bolts of compressed iron on the shelf. Several blankets on the shelf. What if we grab this first? It does seem to be the most eye-catching thing. There's a flashlight inside the box on the shelf, and I guess it's been on the entire time, but it's still usable by us. I don't think I went to a room that didn't have a light source that and where darkness became a problem, though. At least not anytime recently. Pretty sure we've dealt with that a few times in the past. The balls of compressed iron, though. What about the blankets that are here? It's a thick blanket. I'll just carry this around with me, and apparently we can... Wait a second. We can load up on blankets. I mean, we might as well. Who knows if we're gonna be needing all of these. Oh wait, no, never mind. We have 3 blankets. Suppose that's a limit, but we can carry the rest of this stuff around just fine. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know what's up with the bolts of compressed iron. I guess I could check it out. I think I'm actually gonna do another 180 here so I can save, in case it turns out to be something stupid or just, and if it's just nothing, then I guess I'll just turn right around and go back out again, but maybe it will be something stupid that will get me hurt. Oh, it was precisely that, what do you know? Had a feeling. I don't know, for some reason bolts of compressed iron doesn't necessarily translate into you're dead. Or you're gonna get hurt horribly, as far as the implied descriptions in this game go. Let's see. We haven't been down this side yet, have we? I mean, this seems like a dead end, but maybe not. I think the only other place over here that we have not noticed yet, or examined yet, but that I did in fact notice, was down here. We go to the south side. And there's a door here. So, are those mines on the ground? Oh boy. I mean, I'm pretty sure we know we did discover a way to get rid of them, but Claymore mine. If I can cover it with something, maybe I can avoid getting hurt. Oh. And I think I do remember also like a different set of Claymore mines. I was like laid out like this elsewhere. And I don't remember if we ever dealt with those. The moment the blanket lands, I hear a muffled explosion. Thanks to the blanket, I've cleared the landmine. Well, there you go. Seems like a pretty useful application for a blanket. But now you don't have your San Marcos blanket anymore. Your tiger blanket. Well, let's see if we can open the door. Yes, we can. Reading the mirror. Hello, Landa. How's it going? I'm gonna figure out if I can finally get to the end of this game. Oh no. I'm not known for being able to provide Lots of help or ketchup or any of the old sound effects that I used to have that I don't really anymore. As I open the door, I notice a piece of paper posted on the inside. Oh, it's just like there. Just find it immediately upon going into this room. You must not come in contact with anyone other than me. Is this Theresia speaking to her, maybe? That was what Mother had told me. Yeah, I guess so. So when my mother is not around, I'm all alone. But you know what? Also a horse is involved. When I'm with you, I feel relaxed. That's a bit concerning. How about Emmy? From now on, you're Emmy. We'll grow up together. But was she talking to the horse, or was the horse talking to her? Maybe the horse gave her the name Emile, which I don't think has been confirmed at any point, but I think that's just kind of been assumed from the beginning. What does it feel like to love someone? I don't know. How does it feel like to have an eye that looks like that? Was that the horse's eye? I will. No, it's too late for me to try to figure that out now. I used to take care of the animals at the church, and I named the newborn pony Emmy. Used to curl up on the straw in the barn, surrounded by the smell of the animals. As a small brown pony, I vividly remember Emmy's sweet dark eyes. But now everything is dead, right? Well, let's see what the piece of paper says. It's probably to do with the horse as well. Working at the barn. Priest gave me a job at the church. It became my responsibility to take care of the animals. I was scared at first, but now I really enjoy spending time with Emmy and the other animals. Emmy is a pony that was born a little while ago. She was so pretty she deserved a name. I called her Emmy. Curled up in the mountains of straw in her barn. Straw feels really good. Mother approves of this job. Okay. Is it gonna be like a Kingsman thing where she's gonna be like, yeah, bond with the animal, and then your test at the end is gonna be to kill it? Now that I'm friends with Emmy and have a job, I feel like I'm a real part of society. Well, that seemed like it came out of nowhere. My innocent childhood thoughts look up at me from the page, especially for someone who was supposed to be like as sheltered as her to say something like that. Every step I take, I hear the sound of the dirt, the scent of haystacks returned. It's nostalgic. This place reminds me of something. I have a hunch. I mean, I'm guessing we'll find something else important here if we have to come all the way over here. There's something shining in the hay. It might be just another elixir. Something metallic in the pile of hay. That's probably a trap. That's like the generic trap descriptor. There's some metal sticking out or something. Shouldn't touch it. What about this one? Is it just another elixir? Oh, I don't know. Just move the hay around. Yeah, there's an elixir under the hay, but there's gotta be something else in here, surely. And just a trap and that. There's nothing there. I mean, it looks like there's something there. The floor I can understand, but the rest of this I'm not so sure. And it does look like there's only one door connected to this room, so that one would just be the way back. What about way over here? Because I guess there's supposed to be 3 places and not 2. Plaque with Emmy written on it is nailed to one of the pillars. Oh boy. Shall we mess with that? Grab the hay from the right stone and, I don't know, just shuffle it around like with the first one. Underneath is a piece of paper and a key. Oh boy, there's girl paper, little girl on it. Could be a Toho poster for all you know. And it's a rusty small key. Great key. Oh boy, is that for the grate in the fountain area, maybe? It's labeled like that. Well, I don't know that there's gonna be anything else in here, so let's head back. Let's see. Well, there's this door. Seems a little unnecessary, but I guess maybe not if they just let out animals into this yard. Actually, hold that moment over here. Let me see if I can... Did I just go in a circle? No. That door. Okay, that's the same appearance as the door that led into the barn area, but it's apparently the southern door to the fountain area, which I will go into in just a moment. But as long as I'm here, let me see if I can max out on the blankets again. Who knows, it might be necessary. I walk slowly into the room. Decided to take a blanket from the shelf. And now I am at full blanket capacity once again. I might as well just go into the fountain area immediately. Can't really think of anywhere else I should go right now. That's Xenosaga stuff in prep for Xenosaga 3. Whether a spin-off game to 2? Xeno Chronicles? Yeah. Xenosaga stuff, aka something that a lot of people seem to know about, but which I don't know if, like, when I would get around to playing that. But when it comes to Xeno Chronicles, I mean, I don't know, I've been avoiding stuff about Xeno Chronicles as well, but which I think I mentioned this to you before when we were like doing some of the Titan Quest stuff, that I'm assuming that if it's anything like the relation between Xenoblade 1 and 2, then there probably will be some kind of connection, but probably not one that will be made concrete until, or like, how do I explain this? Like, there will be a connection, but I'm assuming, but like, it's not vital to, like, the story will make sense without it, probably, to a high extent. And it's sort of like, unless you want 100% comprehension of it, that you need the knowledge of the previous game. Also, what am I doing? I'm failing to use the item because I'm getting distracted. Why is thrown at the Golden Country? Well, that's a good question. It's the point in which the music began abstracting into a point that everyone seems to go crazy over, but that I'm not necessarily such a huge fan of myself. Oh boy, we're gonna do the Dead Rising endgame now. Can I get out of here again? Will it work if I get out of here again? I guess I might as well do that for a moment so I can save again. Why equal demonic Luigi? What? That one I'm not sure I'm able to explain because I don't think I understand the reference. Goodness. I mean, I actually have owned fucking Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon on the 3DS for years, but I never actually got... I want to say I never actually got that far into that game, but I think I like made it to the last mansion, but then I just like never actually finished it. And then there's Luigi's Mansion 3, which I saw someone play for a while, but I never actually played myself. Alright, let's see, it's dark. I guess this would be the cue for me to use that flashlight that I found. Now I can move on. Will I move on? Oh yeah, I guess now I'm in the first dungeon from Bard's Tale, speaking of that. What will be at the far end of this place, I wonder. Also, what is this? There is a swarm of insects. How is that what that is? That was just like seaweed or something. Oh my gosh, what shall we do here? We don't have like the flamethrower that we had at the very first part of the game. We could try to use the mine here. I don't know. We also still have the girl paper, which I guess we could have used in the organ, but I don't know if that's what we're supposed to do. I guess we're gonna try the mine. I can't really think of anything better. And yeah, I'm curious about the paper, but not sure. The proximity mine, I don't know where I laid, but I guess I'm gonna leave now that I've done that. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to go forward there. But I guess it just brings me back to the screen. Maybe I'm supposed to lay a proximity mine and then throw a blanket? Does that work? No? Where did I lay the mine? I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna try to back off now and see if that... if anything happens. Oh, okay. Apparently something does happen. Can I ask you, is this character important every time I see someone from previous games? Well, I don't know. I mean, if you identify someone, you can identify that that character is from a previous game. That probably just means that it's automatically important. That's my rationale. Let me see. Wait, did I just come back to the same place? Am I stupid? Hold on. Oh fuck, I'm now failing to find my way around again. When you're doing Sweet Home, good question. I feel like Sweet Home is probably a game that I would not be opposed to checking out on stream, but it is intimidating enough that I want to like figure out a good way to play it before I bring it to the stream. So I might do that at some point. I feel like something that I always rush when, you know how I want to do like spooky games every October and what have you. Something that I always end up rushing is what games I want to check out that year in particular. So maybe I could just toss Sweet Home on the list for this one. Like whatever else. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I got, what's it called? I got the sequel to Dead Space for free just because of the Amazon Prime thing at some point. So I could probably do that as well. And there's probably a couple more things at least that I noticed here and there, but I predictably forgot to take a note of. What have we got here? Color of the liquid flowing from the fountain makes me uncomfortable. Reeks of chemicals. That horrible purple liquid is creeping into the clear water. Well, apparently not very quickly, if it's depending on how long it's been here. Purple liquid has an unpleasant smell and... I mean, are there corpses in the water? Actually kind of guess that that might be that, or it's just rocks sticking out of the water. And could the purple liquid be related to the purple tinge that's been shown by the victims of the disease? What about this door? I can leave the room through this door, and I suppose I shall. Well, I just now noticed like where I am on the map. And what is this? Is there like a giant stained glass thing on the floor, or is it just like a projection of stained glass in the... No, apparently it is in the floor. Looks like there's a key in the middle of it. Can I take the key, or is that a bad idea? I suppose now is would be the time to save again. I considered streaming an RPG Maker game called Ruina Fairy Tale of the Forgotten Ruins. Well, I've considered never ever streaming a game called Library of Ruina, but that one, I'm not so sure. Oh. Okay, yeah, so at least you get warned about that even if you actually try to get the key there. So I'm guessing that we're gonna have to maybe break the glass and collect the key from wherever it falls, or like set up some kind of weird fishing rod thing to collect that. I don't know. Wonder if it'll make end up making any more or less sense than the banana fishing rod from Trapped or Escape or whatever it is, or Pursuit. Pretty sure it's technically Pursuit. That's like one that I hit last. Even though it's the second game in that stupid trilogy, which I'm pretty sure is actually one of the things I did for like the end of life of Flash a couple of years ago. Oh shit, there's mines over there. Thankfully, we have blankets, so we can just get rid of them. So let's do exactly that. Library of Ruinized mainstream sellout sequel checks out. I can 100% believe that. I think I've taken care of the landmine here. I mean, it's the same thing that happened before, so let's go behind the door. I mean, yeah, there we go. The door was locked from the other side, but now it's not. We have made another shortcut. So let me see. This thing in the middle was where I came from, right? I'm pretty sure it was, yeah. So there's the big stained glass window in, like, right in front of that. There's also something right across from that. It's also the event known as the Holy Nightmare War, so it's the event foreshadowed in the unfinished masterpiece Keto the RPG 2 Dream Edition. See, that seems like the kind of thing that you're gonna have to explain to me. I need all the lore. And what do you know, it's another door that we can't open. Even though it doesn't really look like it would connect to anything on the other side even, so I'm guessing that this key in the middle of this room is the key for this door. But how do we get it? Do I shoot the window so it breaks? I don't even know. Could also go to the organ and see if it works with the paper there you go. Or see if that does anything. Brave Fan made a sequel to an obscure series of games called KW Kirby Warrior RPG. Dream Edition was to note it was the fan remake. So that's like another layer of stuff that I am deeply unfamiliar with Kirby. And remake of a fan game. Let me tell you about something called Hexcepta Logic Hack. That I don't even know why that particular thing came into my attention ever, but it did. But yeah, what am I doing here? I think I wanna fuck around with the window necessarily before I do something that seems more sensible, like actually going to the organ area. So I'm gonna try to do that first. Also, why the fuck can I'm still frustrated by the fact that you can't open the sun door even if you have your face pressed up against it. This is my dimension, which is... Will this thing at least be able to show me what this is without making me click on it here? Pink Occult Hex Mortis, oh boy. Demons. I mean, I did recently play through Bullet Witch, which was one of the things that I got from the Steam sale, just for the meme pretty much, but I think that's actually the only thing that I bought entirely for that reason. Even though I did end up buying enough stuff that I can't really justify buying anything else at this time. Except for one thing that I'm expecting. Yeah, okay, so... Anyway, I'm getting distracted here. Oh, that'll happen. I don't know, I feel like pretty much held off of buying stuff for mean reasons for quite some time now. Well, here we are again. The question is, will this do anything? Because I don't really think I can think of any places, specific places that this would link to. Maybe their song. It's heavy and solemn, but there's something about it. I mean, we've heard this song many times already. It's like one of the main motifs of the game. Suddenly memories are rushing back. I'm saying a prayer as I listen to this song. A prayer for those who live in the church with us. A prayer for those suffering and dying from the virus. And for my mother. It's a nostalgic sound. When the music stops, I stand up immediately. When the organ stops, I hear a loud noise. Another door must have opened, but this time it's not even marked on the map, so I wouldn't even know where to begin looking for that one. If I go to a different floor at any point, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Well, we got that thing out of our inventory at least. I guess that's kind of the objective at this point. Let's see, we came from the southwest, so let's go back there. And we also didn't really seem like the purple stuff in that one fountain room was gonna hurt us, but maybe we should go back and look at it some more. I can probably think of at least one item that we might be able to use with that. Let's see. I'm gonna go into the room first, actually. It'll be faster that way. Here we are. The body has been dragged into the room. My feet have been dragged all over the place. So what if I just do the stupid thing and touch this? Let's see. I step into the purple liquid. And apparently I get the amoeba chemical burns again. I can feel my skin melting off. Okay, so whatever that is, it's probably not related to the disease. Well, this I seems pretty much so. Hold on. As much as it is just like corrosive. Okay, area. I did save here, right? Hopefully I did, because I just loaded it. Okay, yeah. I don't know if I would call this room part of rocky area, but it's what made me hesitate for a moment. If we use a neutralizer here, because maybe we need to take a closer look at this. We can spray the neutralizer even though it's just the, apparently in a fucking beaker. I lose my grip, and I drop the neutralizer and my boots into the liquid. But just coincidentally, it was the boots as well. Neutralizer leaks out into the purple liquid, neutralizing it as it's, as the name might imply. Might. The broken neutralizer flask sinks into the liquid, and now we have broken military boots. Or not, we just get shown the picture for that, but just to show that they're useless and we don't want to carry them anymore, so oh well. Is there anything on the fountain now that we can actually get close? There's cold water flowing from the sturdy fountain. Is there anything on top of the fountain? It seems like it's also dangerous to climb up on there, but that thing looks way too big to be an elixir, and the boulder doesn't move. Maybe if we apply a little bit of torque, of leverage, we can make that. No? What about what if we try to break the rock? We've been doing that with plenty of rocks. No? That is strange. Well, we do have some projectiles as well. What if we use the crossbow on this? We have 6 bolts. I aim and fire the crossbow at the shiny thing above the water fountain, and apparently whatever the shiny thing is falls into the water fountain. I don't fully understand what the complication was. I was trying to pick it up, but well, apparently we got the garden key, so we got a different key this time. So what's up with this key? I guess I might as well just take the plunge at this point. And let's just smash the beautiful stained glass. Alright, it does make a lot of sense that... that there would be something below this with the like endless levels of basements that this place has. So I guess we're just gonna have to find that room with the stained glass, that had the stained glass above it. At some point. Maybe we're gonna have to do it right now, depending on whether or not I can open this door now. With that new key that I found. Is this it? Yeah. Insert the garden key. I heard the lock click open, so let's check this out first, I guess. What's in the garden? What I see brings me to a halt. Red flowers blooming throughout the garden. I think we saw scenes with red flowers before, but I don't think they were indoors. Remember, I came to see these flowers many times in Mother and Emile. Their incredible color never fades. I step onto the soil and walk into the garden. How nice. So I can get like different perspectives in here. Trees are pretty thick. Is that anything back here? Nope, supposedly no, even though I can see a couple of things back there. Well, let's see what other views we got. We got the view of the red flowers, and we got this view, so this place is actually kind of large. We got at least 4 different views, that's fancy. And there's something in the middle too, by the looks of it. There are red flowers blooming all around the garden. Something about these red flowers just makes me feel at peace. Is that actually what it said? Okay, it doesn't say the second thing anymore. I thought that was not actually a me, but like an RN next to each other, but maybe I was just imagining things. There's a word of prayer engraved on the monument. Really, can I read it? I mean, statue. There's not a statue, it's just like a square slab. Apparently we can't actually read what's on it concretely though. Song is pretty nice though. Trees are pretty thick. Trunks and branches of the trees have sharp thorns, so we don't touch the trees. Flowers that look poisonous, flowers with sharp thorns, flowers with large leaves. There are all kinds of flowers in bloom here. And apparently they are all implicitly lethal. Trees are pretty thick. Just reading that description time and again. What about this gazebo thingy in the middle? There's a statue in the middle of the room. The stone monument doesn't seem to be broken. Can we actually take a closer look? Feels cool to the touch, and that's it. Is there another door? No, that's the door that we came in through. It has to be. Where's the ceiling stuff? I don't think there was a battle here. That is different. What about this stone thingy? Did it have a different description? No, apparently we were just pretending that it's not there. What about this one here? There's more red flowers. More red flowers. Trees are pretty thick. There's nothing here. There's a statue in the back that looks like a man. The statue stands calmly surrounded by red flowers. Can I look at this statue as well? There's nothing suspicious on this statue. It seems suspicious that apparently there's nothing suspicious in this room. I don't know. What if I touch the red flowers on this scene that we saw? Oh, okay, apparently that is different. Is that Mother singing? She used to sing it to me when I was a child. I realized that I'm squeezing one of the red flowers so tightly I've broken the stem. flowers have such a distinct smell. They're like my mother. How so, I wonder? Looks like there's more that you could add on to that. Mother is dead. Yeah, we did learn that quite a while before we got here. I'm excited about Sunbreak. I mean, I don't know, like, Monster Hunter Rise was one of those things that I pretty much ended up not getting from the sale. So I just kind of figured that I had enough things to look at for the time being that I probably won't be, like, getting back into that just now. But I suppose I will be looking out for what people have to say about it. They're seeing her body, I wander through this place like a zombie with no emotions or free will. I guess that's implicitly what we've been doing for like the past half hour or so? I don't know. Didn't feel that way. Don't care about my memories anymore, I don't even know if I'm still missing any. Should just sleep. But I should at least take some of these flowers and leave them by Mother's body, really. I mean, surely she's not... Like, the fact that she didn't just give up after she found that body tells me that there's gotta be more to, like, find as a conclusion than that. So yeah, we got the red flowers with us now. Or a red flower, not just a single red flower. And that's nice. I mean, do we just go back now? I'm not too sure that we're gonna find everything else in here. And if we just pop the pendant to confirm that. Least I could do is offer this red flower to Mother. I want to sleep next to Mother one last time. Okay, so the implication is actually supposed to be that she's gonna do that one more time with, like, just reflecting instead of just giving up and staying there. Which didn't really seem like that was the implication the first time she talked about that, but okay. Let's see. Pretty sure we have to go up the stairs to find out, find a room with the corpse again. So it's this way. It's the northern stairway in this room. Maybe. And it's this room in the middle, which I think the implication was that, yeah, the electricity is completely turned off now, so not have to worry about that anymore, so... Finding the corpse again. Still don't know how she died, though, because I have no idea if she died of the disease or what happened. She was killed. And look what I brought. These flowers remind me of my mother, Emile. Wait, Emile? I thought... A few of these red flowers that Mother would sing me her lullaby. I thought the daughter was supposed to be Emile, but... And I thought the mother was named as Martel, but maybe not. Maybe that, I feel like that was only mentioned one time, so maybe it was just confusing. Seeing Mother like that, my strength is gone. What's this? I noticed a piece of paper under the chair, which maybe I could have found earlier if I wasn't so struck by that frame. Suddenly the world goes red, as it tends to do. We keep seeing these red static flashes every time we find a piece of paper. It's just a thing. Thing that happens to us. In a really, really, really red flower garden. Let's plant flowers of different colors too. Blue flowers, yellow flowers, orange, pink. Well, it doesn't seem like we found a whole lot of those when we looked there. White flowers, black flowers, colorful flowers. Let all the flowers bloom. And also this plaque. Is that the same plaque that we found in the Liane? Wait, are we Liane in the end? Or is someone else Liane? Mother? I feel like that's gonna have to be clarified at some point, because I'm still confused about that. I don't think I remember the name Liane from anything before, but I only remember like the name Martel being linked to the mother, not Emile. Smell of mother is feels so comforting. Jerk awake and look down at the piece of paper. So what's this piece of paper about? Will it maybe clarify that? Square stone with prayers inscribed on it sits in the church garden. I've decided to plant flower seeds. Among the red flowers, as I say my prayers, so we'll have lots of kinds of flowers. Mother came and picked me up, and her hand was covered in something red. Yes, that's what we just saw. Wouldn't it be nice if there were a lot of different flowers? Ever since I was a child, I've always loved my mother. Well, then and now, even though you know that, like, she apparently did some really fucked up stuff. And that was reached out to me in my memories was always covered in blood, and she spoke so cruelly. There was no sign of affection. Why did I love mother? Even though I wasn't loved. Mother was telling me to stand up. I need to know why I loved her. Certainly I was standing as if someone had pulled me to my feet. Well, in my memories I was digging a hole at the stone monument in the garden to plant flower seeds. For some reason I can't get the image out of my mind. What was I planting there? Well, it seems clear what we're gonna be doing now. Should visit that flower garden one last time. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be going this way, but yeah, time to go back to the flower garden again, I guess. Doesn't seem like we got much of a direction to go elsewhere. Now what am I doing? I'm not going the right way at all if I want to get out of here. It's always a bit of a puzzle for me to try to figure out just how to navigate through the stuff in this these maps. It's probably pretty fitting for this setting, but oh, that's not the right way. I don't know, it always feels a bit disconcerting that it's a bit of an effort just to kind of walk around. Red flowers are in full bloom. Well, we do remember where to look. I'm pretty sure it's right here, so... Seen this monument before. We just dig around with our hands, try digging here. Well, I guess we do... We say that, but then we don't do anything. We have to use the shovel. I mean, if we planted it like a flower, it probably wasn't very deep, I would imagine. What have we found? See several plants trying to sprout from under the dirt, flower seeds, so... As soon as I touch one, it falls apart like it was dried out, so okay, so that wasn't something that happened recently after all. See a small box buried right there as well. Inside is a key and paper with lots of holes and a flower on it. There is some kind of note as well. I look at the note. All the different flowers. The yellow flower is me, the blue flower is the priest. The green flower is Sacha, and the red flowers are mommy. Well, hope a bunch of pretty flowers bloom, is what it says. Must have buried this note on these seeds. I hope I don't have to remember those colors and linking them to the characters. I thought that I will. mother's hands are dyed red, they always reeked of blood. The red field of flowers spreading before my eyes, that was everything Mother ever was. I just loved everything about her. All the blood and all the sickness, I don't know. Did my strange mother love me back? Want to know everything about Mother even though she's dead now. That much we are quite certain of, I'm pretty sure. Should look for it again for my real mother. Wait, is she talking about like her biological mother now? Because I was pretty sure, yeah, that Theresia was her adopted mother. Mysterious key R has an emblem engraved on it, also has a letter R on it. Oh boy. Well, we found it. Found the key, we found another piece of paper. But I get the feeling that just like the last piece of paper that we found, I'm not really gonna know where to even use this. There is one thing that I do want to check in this area, because I feel like the implied final objective would be to, like, get out of this whole place. And the way out, I'm pretty sure, would be, like, south of here, and there's a bunch of doors in the way. This door has a flower on it. Can I interact with it? Oh, the flower drawn on it is shut tight here. And I think there's like other doors behind this one, but actually, didn't we just pick up flower paper? I guess we can put that in the organ and then come back and check on this. We got flower paper and little girl paper so far, but I think there's one more. So if those doors is what these papers are for, then looks like there's still something else left. I'm pretty sure there's like one thing left in one of the downstairs areas that I do know where to look for, and that's the key that fell after we broke the stained glass. Probably gonna have to look for that. Not too sure where to use the other key that I found, but we're gonna have to continue to use some subtle nudging there. Piece of paper with countless holes, there's a flower drawn on it, and it does seem like it's the same design that we saw on the door, just with colors and printed in the back, so... An alluring familiar tune this time. Nothing translucent about the sound. Is it the same sound that we heard in the flower garden? Yes. So, we have that link. Suddenly memories are rushing back. I'm in the center of the field of red flowers. I'm in my mother's arms. She reeks of blood, my mother, the torturer. I remember the mysterious lullaby she sang to me when I was little. The field of fiery red flowers is spread out in front of me. That is all I remember of my mother. The blood and the red flowers, apparently. When the organ stops, I hear a loud noise. Another door must have opened. Well, I at least have something of an idea as to where to look for that, so let's just immediately head to that. So before anything else, let's take a look here. Yeah, that wasn't colored in before. Let's give it a try now. The flowers are now red. We can now open this door. And... gosh, okay. This door has a girl on it and 2 H's, which is rather concerning. So what does the final door that we're supposed to open to finally exit this place ostensibly looks like? Like a mother with a baby? Yeah. So did these doors look like this before any of what happened with these characters happened? Because it seems kind of weird. how would these doors have been installed in a place like this before that? Who would have done that? And would the people here have agreed to that? I don't know. It just raises a lot of questions stylistically, but let's head back into the basement below this one. Seems to me we're gonna have to check out some stuff down here again. Let's see here. Well, I guess the room that's marked on the map right now is probably the room that was under the stained glass, and that's where the key fell. So let's start by going there. I hope that I can just follow the map to get there, because I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do too great. If I have to find another way. It's been a little bit too long since I played this part. No, I can't go here. Oh boy. Wait, what? Where's the outer stepping into? Because I don't remember this. The gas that was in the hallways is gone now. The floor above here should be the room with the water fountain. As I neutralize the chemicals in the water fountain, the gas is gone in the room below. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I remember vaguely now there were like some hallways where you have to wear the gas mask to make it through. Make my way into the hallway with caution. I also reorient myself, because I wasn't looking that way. I think this is a room where we like shot some gears behind the wall to get something. There's now shutter glass, and more importantly there is that key thing. Surely you can pick that up without a piece of stained glass. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, surely you're not enough of a klutz that you're gonna be able to pick that up without cutting yourself, but I guess we can use this. Try to take the key with me. It's a red key in the shape of a spear. Oh shit. We have another glass made some holes in the gloves are not much good now, so I throw them away, but apparently not to the point that they reach through the holes and actually cut my hand. But I think we have 2 of these spear keys now, so how do we use these? Because I just have to remember if we've seen anything that seems like this was supposed to be used in it. So I'm not so sure where I should go next. To figure this out. Let's head back towards the middle. What am I doing? Trying to move through columns is what I'm doing. Oops. Something over here, maybe? Oh yeah, there's some mines here. Let's check it out. We have the means to deal with the mines now. Oddly shaped objects. We have 2 blankets, so if we find like another set of mines, we can take care of them. Hope that we don't find any more though, because we did have to like replenish the amount of blankets that we had once, just so we could. Oh shit, it's locked. Hold on. We do have a few keys. Let me see. What about this door? Mysterious key R. Does this work on this? No, apparently this just won't work. What's this thing next to the door? Oh, it's like a keycard thing. This is a small slot in it, looks like a card lock. We do have a key card. I don't remember if we've used it for this before, but might as well try it. Device swallows the key card from inside. I hear an unlocking sound. Okay, so that takes care of that. Seems convenient enough. Clothes and pieces of paper are scattered around the room. There are clothes and papers scattered across the desk. Looks like this is a list of names. Found a key among the rest of the mess. Well, let's get that key. Pool control room key. Oh boy. Yeah, there's more down here that I was supposed to remember, and I don't think I'm going to be doing a very good job of that. These clothes look like they were sewn together from torn rags. Well, you know, might as well make good use of what you have, I see. This section of the wall has a dent in it. Okay, I think that's our cue to leave. Just gotta find traps if we keep fucking around in here. Actually, hold on a moment. This might be a bit of a long shot, but since we got like a whole bunch of cloth here, can we just use these as... Let me check, what if I check the very back of the room here? Clothes, blah blah blah, they were sewn together from torn rags. Yeah, we can use them as replacements for the blankets, so there you go. And now we have the blanket maximum again. So I might as well stick with that. Not that there was really any indication of that we could do that, but just kind of... Alright, so... I'm pretty sure we've been to this place or else this whole area wouldn't be mapped out. I feel like there was at least one other place here that we didn't have mapped out when I came down here for some reason. No, to look at the dates thing, the birthday clue. I'm pretty sure there's a clue or a door somewhere along this hallway that we hadn't been able to open yet, so maybe now we can. Unless we just can't. Was it along this hallway? I thought it was. I'm not seeing anything like that now. I'm gonna take a bit of a closer look this time. So I could have sworn that it was, because let me see. Maybe it was not on the way to the room all the way on the right, but on the way to the elevator, which I thought I was gonna need for some reason. Yeah, here's the door. So let me try some keys on this thing. Maybe the one with the R on it is actually gonna work this time. If I can find it again. Well, here's the one with the R on it, and also the one that we just found, which is like the pool key or whatever. Pool control room key. Don't think that'll work, really. No, apparently whatever this door is, it's also the kind that can only be unlocked from the other side. That's weird. I mean, I'm guessing because it just won't let me even try any of the keys. I was just where? I was just... yeah. Let me check the... hold on, I'm gonna look at the key one more time, just so... or the door one more time, just so I can check the map again. Now, what's down here? Specimen room. Specimen room 1, storage room full of bullets and grenades, and I can get bolts if I run out. Seems like, yeah, probably would be a good idea to go back there. Apparently we haven't been in the rooms that are like to the right of that one, so maybe that's where we have to look. Specimen room. Main conference room doors. It's locked, so we haven't opened that one yet either. Pantry and kitchen where we blew up. Oh, this one's locked, but I recognize its symbol now. So yeah, I'm guessing I have to go there. So let's head over there. Let's see. Once again, I hope I'm gonna be able to just get there by walking and following the map, because otherwise it's gonna be something. It's already something with how much I don't recall. So let's see, here's the storage room, I think. And I think we can restock on shit like grenades and... What's the other thing? Once this opens, I can open the box easily. Let's see what's in this box. There are a couple of grenades and some bullets. Yeah, that's the other thing. Bullets. I got enough of both of those. If I run out, I can come back here. Did I pick up the bullets this time though? Because I thought I only had one. I don't know that. Yeah, we only have one. So, really preferred to... I don't know, can I fire the gun? just to waste a bullet. Oh. So I can restock. Well, I have 2 grenades now and 1 bullet with me. I think there was like crossbow bolts somewhere in here as well. A cardboard box. Roll all over the floor. Nothing of interest. Nothing of interest. Shoot. I don't remember, but I'm guessing that if you have a choice of like how to manipulate that, that means that it's probably trapped in some way. What if I don't know, knock it over, shake the cardboard box, there's nothing else inside the box. Lift the box, push the cardboard box, it's like I can move it easily, but there's nothing interesting here. Is this what I'm supposed to do? Pull the cardboard box, slide and I can move it easily, but there's nothing interesting here, really. Doesn't do anything. I mean, I guess I didn't try left, so let's just do that. Nope. Crap, I really thought there was something else here, but I guess not. There's rubble all over. Is there rubble on the floor? Nothing else useful in this rubble. And not anything of interest. Let's just leave. I guess we're not really like in dire need of more crossbow bolts right now or anything. Now let's see, is this one of the places where there was also a thing of mines blocking? Yeah, I remember this hallway vaguely. Just mines in the way. An awkwardly laid trap here that's actually quite deadly. But we can also neutralize it with the blankets. Now I can proceed. Guess I was not able to proceed at any point before. Can I open this door? Yes, I can. Can I go into the door on the left? Oh boy, this looks inviting. Pool. But also a danger. And I think that's supposed to be like something that marks... Can't open the door, can I? Nope. Okay, well I do have... I have a key that has pool in it, but I don't think it's for the pool room itself. It might be. What about this door here? There's apparently fire and poison in the pool though. It doesn't seem like a very inviting one. It's a thick, strong door. It has pool control room written on it. Okay, so I think this is the one that we have the key for. So let's head in here. Ow. Enter the pool control room, and this looks a little bit familiar to some of the other like control type rooms that we've seen in the past. Hey, notice a piece of paper. Do not use firearms near the pool and always wear a gas mask. What kind of a... I get the feeling that this isn't like a swimming pool. You know, just a hunch. There are several levers lines up along the wall. There's a note on the side. There is poisonous gas coming from the pool. Make sure to lower this lever to ventilate. It seems like, yeah, pretty good that we came here first. Pull down on the rusty lever with all of my strength and hear an echoing clang and feel the rumble of movement. And it's the same thing. Don't use firearms in the pool. Yeah, I forgot that I already looked at that. And a key on the desk. Some words engraved on the desk. Follow the 3 commandments. I do not remember what the 3 commandments are. Culture pool. Alright, yeah. I mean, a swimming pool can be a culture pool if you have like very educated rumps in it. Perhaps reenacting scenes from neoclassical art pieces, perhaps? I don't know. That would be a very cultural pool, I would think. I stand in front of the rusty door, which I'm guessing is gonna be, yeah, closed. I mean, I might be able to peel the door open with this crack. I guess just opening it is out of the question, yeah. How do I peel a door open with a crowbar? By shove a crowbar? Yeah, maybe. Well, okay. Not peeling the entire door open, but maybe now we can. We don't have any gloves, so I guess we're gonna manipulate that. We can have to use our bare hands. Can we not go through the door now? You know? Can't be opened. Really? So how, what was the point of that? I don't know, but I guess we're just gonna leave it in that state. Don't really figure out how to interact with it further. Before I do anything with the other door, though, I am going to save again. Let's see here. Can I? Well, I think I can, in fact. Open the pool door now, so apparently the pool is flammable and also there is poison gas and wow, that's loud, Jesus. I sure do like the echo stuff that happens right outside. Can I equip this gas mask on myself before I manipulate this door? Yes, it's now equipped. There we go. I've gained +1 armor from my headpiece. So where's this other key that I found? Here it is. Shall we check it out? Oh god, yeah. Well, we lost all of our neutralizer, but I get the feeling that even if we hadn't, probably wouldn't be nearly enough to deal with this. When I enter the room, I hear a disturbing sound like air leaking through something. Press the gas mask on my face. An enormous amount of gas is leaking from the pool. I've seen it many times before. This purple colored gas is dangerous. If I inhale even a little bit, I'll be in serious trouble. If I don't ventilate the area, I'll probably die even with a gas mask. And well, I did, I thought. There isn't anything of interest. There's the purple liquid. There's a large tank near the pool. I mean, didn't I look at the tank already? It says there's nothing of interest, so we're gonna leave. Okay, I was pretty sure that I vented the room already or what have you. I tried doing it again. Reverse all the way down, it's stuck and we can't move it anymore, so never mind. It's just stuck in the ventilation position, so I'm not really sure what else to even do here. No guns, equip the gas mask and lower the lever seem to have been the 3 commandments. And we did all of them, so I'm not even sure what else I can do in this room that would actually be good for me. Now, hold on a moment. Enormous amount of gas if I don't ventilate the area, which I'm pretty sure I have. There's a dead body lying in the middle of the purple gas. Okay, so I didn't even see this before. There are bloodstains all over the clothes. Don't think he died from the gas. He was just shoved in this room afterwards. Corpse is holding something that looks like a key. The main conference room key, okay. So I guess that's what we were supposed to fight in here, and I just didn't. It kind of blends into the background. That's a bit of a trend. Oh shit. Bit of a trend in some of the backgrounds in this game, but also the gas is leaking out all over the place again. That's no good. Disgusting looking gas fills the hallway. Just looking at it makes me feel like I'm about to choke. Maybe part of the ventilation pipe is broken. So now instead of just getting it out of that room, the gas has spread throughout the hallway. That's no good. So we have the door that we peeled open. Start to wonder if that was such a good idea now that this is going on. And if we get out of this room, there's also poison gas here. Okay, what is this? More mines? Yep, more mines. Okay. Awkwardly shaped thing here. You know exactly what it is, you don't have to say that. Now I can proceed. Guess we're just gonna be here in purple, yes. For a while. Oh, have we got into this room yet? I feel like we have. I don't know. Like, maybe we haven't, just based on the fact that we just blew up the mines. There's a sweaty military uniform and underwear sitting on the shelf. Everything in here is old and worn out to be usable. Yeah, there's you accidentally a word there, but that's kind of the norm at this point. Unfortunately, I guess I'm gonna look at this one other corner that I haven't looked at yet. Maybe it'll be different. Maybe the corner of this box will be different. Nope. Nothing but sweaty underwear on these shelves. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have been in this room before, or at least one that looked exactly like it. Some piece of paper stuffed in the trunk along with the clothes. Can I grab it? Oh, I guess I'll try pulling it. I don't know. No, apparently trying to fuck with the uniform will result in me getting knifed. I'm sure bleeding a lot. That's a dialogue box. Thankfully, we do have the magical healing elixirs, so it's not a big deal, clearly. I don't know, I feel like that room seems somehow familiar. If there's like nothing else blocking me from accessing that room from this side. Yeah, pretty sure I have been there. Pretty sure the mines was not to stop me from accessing that room, but from accessing the one in the top right corner. So apparently we have not opened these doors yet. What if I use the key that I found that has the matching symbol, which it's probably like right underneath it. Yeah, it's right here, but you can't really see the symbol from the little thumbnail thing. Really, it doesn't go here even though it has the same symbol. Do I need to use it specifically on the right door? Did not detect that the first time. Yep, never mind. I guess that's in fact correct. What you mean the door is locked? This one should be fine. Unless you need to find the other one. Unless both doors are unlocked, you won't be able to do anything. Yeah. Which also seems pretty dumb, but hold on, we do have another key. That's the main conference room key, and if I do remember, we were told that I think this was it, and we hadn't gotten in there yet, so let's give it a try. There we go. It's a large, quiet room, and it's apparently super dark, based on the fact that we can't see anything, but we do have a flashlight. I hope it still works. There we go. Lit up the just enough light for me to make out my surroundings, but also it lights up the whole room at once, because that's just more practical. There's a long table with a neat row of chairs on each side. There's a piece of paper in front of each chair. They have "Head for the Ocean" written on them. It does seem like they have a little bit more written on them, but yes, that is in fact what we are sticking with. This design reminds me of a whirlpool. This is a picture of the ocean. Oh, maybe it's just a clue for that. There's a metal object of some sort driven into the picture. There's a picture of a mountain. And a black ball enveloped in flames. That doesn't really look like that from where I'm standing, but whatever you say. There's also like mounds of stuff in like the middle parts of the table, but I don't know what that would even be. So head for the ocean. I might as well go for it. There's a piece of metal stuck in a picture, but it's not a trap, it's a key. Oh, and we have the other door key now. I guess it's pretty clear where we have to go next. Hold on to your gas mask. Let's see, the door's over here, not that way. What am I doing? I just have to do this. And now it's open. So what's in here? Desks are lined up in neat rows. I step into the large room, but apparently, despite this being a large room, there's only one view that we can access right now. Large flag decorates the wall, looks like a military flag. Is this the door we came in through? Yeah, okay. Just confirming that. The desk is covered with papers. Sure, let's read the papers. Some of the words are smudged. To Central Headquarters. This facility is regarded by some as inhuman and as such being getting criticism. From prisoners, we information, only torture. Latest military technology, honor. Using the military, we doing the right research will accelerate. Some people will become saints. We choose to become devils doing this. Okay. Among outgroup. Understanding this wouldn't have happened. It's too badly damaged to read anymore, so yeah, there's like some dubious shit going on here even before the whole situation with us and the war and the virus, unless they made the virus, I don't know. There's a key on the desk in the back. Well, let's get that key. Green spear key. I still don't remember where you're supposed to use these, but we have 3 of them now. Don't know. Let's head back over to the door that we peeled open. Oh, it's right here. Hold on. It does feel inconspicuous that apparently we... or the opposite of that. It does feel conspicuous that we can do this, but then we don't get anything out of it. Oh, never mind. We weren't able to do this before. Can't see some kind of device on the other side of the gap. Can we do anything with it? I mean, it's a little far for us to manipulate. Yeah, I can't reach it. So what do... Do we shoot that thing with one of our crossbow bolts? Because the gun would probably be a bad idea at this point. Okay. Oh. The door opens slowly, so I guess we were supposed to wreck that thing, so I guess the gun wouldn't have been such a bad idea after all, so... Never mind. Well, obviously. I don't know, as... like, honestly, this game... I found it interesting for such a long time, but in practice it feels like it's full of so much bizarro logic. Empty shelves and boxes fill every corner of the room. I think I can use any of this. Is this a divider thingy? No, just don't get to see what that is. There's a painting of the ocean, doesn't look like what? Doesn't look like there's a trap here, really. Well, it's not very often that you hear that, so... I'll trust you on this one. It really catches my eye. Can we use the key here by any chance? No? Because I do notice that we have 3 like rooms in this hallway and also 3 keys. So maybe that's a connection? I don't know. We'll check out the room on the right before we head to the far one this time. This one's green. So yeah, maybe they match. A room with a pedestal. Oh. Oh, maybe this is a room where we use one of the keys. It's a painting of the ocean, so I guess that the ocean itself was not the key. There is a hole in the pedestal. It looks like something should go into it. Well, we do have this room does look very green, and we do have a green key, like I said, so let's give it a go. It fits into the pedestal perfectly. Nothing happened though. There are a lot of wooden boxes. Looks like this must have been a warehouse of some sort, so it's not a junk room like the other one was relegated to in our eyes. And this room definitely looks blue enough. But I don't think there was a pedestal in the first one of these rooms that we saw, so that's a bit suspicious. Might have to do something different there. But that's 2 out of the 3 spear keys used. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason that we're not able to use it here... Actually, never mind, there's a pedestal, I just completely failed to acknowledge it. Because I don't think I even got that text before, it just said that it was like a room full of junk. Or maybe it only showed up after I used the other ones and I just didn't notice. Here's something move nearby. Oh boy. So I'm thinking now it's gonna be a good idea to get back into the room in the middle here. It does seem to be the only one that shows up on the map as having a different passage leading away from it, so maybe get the back of it moved. There's a door on the other side of the pedestal. Let's take a closer look at this door. Oh boy, we got new territory to map out now. The mystery dungeon here. Climb the stairs and take a deep breath, trying to bring some life back to my exhausted body. What is this place now? We're apparently in a different section of the cathedral floor. The atmosphere is so different from where I've been before. I can hear the sound of heavy machinery right now. Maybe it's a factory, maybe there's someone here. Probably not, but I get a feeling we're gonna go through this entire game without meeting a single living person. It'd be kind of weird if we did meet someone like that at this point, honestly. Oh shit. What do we have here? Oh. Oh god, did I just die? Just from walking into that room. I hope I didn't. The room shakes as I walk in, knocking me to the ground. What a racket. Feels like there's a huge machine running somewhere nearby. Looks like a big complicated machine. I wonder what this room is for. This room is hard to feel like I'm next to a fire, but I thought I saw a massive explosion, but I guess it wasn't here because I'm still doing just fine. Guess that'll be my cue to save. Let's take a look around in here. The big machine is shaking and giving off a lot of heat. Thunder is growing noise, it makes it very loud. Did we come in through there? We did. And what about these stairs? They go up some sort of chimney. It's a spiral thing. Let's try going up the stairs. Now apparently we are being chastised for making that suggestion. What is over here in this room? It's a mess. Someone went crazy in here. Papers are scattered across the desk. This room looks like it was used for research, but on what? There are several boxes. The corner of this box looks burnt, like it was dragged here. The corner of this box, it's the same thing. What's over here? Whiteboard has some pictures and a note saying erase the existence of Emile, Theresia. There is a piece of paper attached to the board. Well, I'm pretty sure there's more than one, but okay. vaccine, Theresia. After all the executions are done, after all the infected were dead, after all that, I finally was able to create the new vaccine, Theresia. It can only be generated from Martel Theresia's genes. Really? Hold on. I'm pretty sure I did, in fact, see something like this before. That's why I'm confused, because I think so far. But the character said in, like, over the course of the last chapter that the protagonist's mother, apparently her name was Emile Theresia, but apparently there's someone else called Martel Theresia, and this are the same people, the same person, and it's just presented in a very inconsistent and confusing way. But I discovered that Emile Theresia share the same genetic code. I decided to give this new vaccine to Leanne. The mercenary are already gone. I must leave two. Only Leanne and Emile will be left. Okay, so I think the implications so far. I think we're Leanne, the protagonist. And I guess her adoptive mother is Emile Theresia, but there's a separate Theresia called Martel Theresia. Was Leanne aware of that? Is she gonna get a different... Well, I guess this would be the rare exception where you get the flashback after you read the note. Don't be silly. It's such a stupid word. But I love Mother, so I want to be with her forever. Then I won't stop you. You've never loved anyone, Meili? Oh boy, so I guess that's her talking to Meili. Now stop talking about love, come over here. So Meili's the one that told her that love was stupid, which seems sensible enough. It's almost time to leave, but I want to give you this. She gave her the pendant? No, this vaccine was created from DNA of a certain girl. Because I took the vaccine, I'm still eroded by that girl. What do you mean eroded? Treatment was named after that girl, Martel Theresia, so... Martel Theresia was a girl. It's a coincidence, but she had the same name as your mother. Really? I don't think this was brought up at any point in the past either. There was a girl that coincidentally had the same name as the mother. Martel is no longer alive. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is your mother. What? No, I don't. That doesn't seem to... Those statements really don't seem to lead into one another. This vaccine that I created from someone that wasn't your mother is your mother. It's made from my mother, from Emile Theresia's DNA. Was it? Didn't he just say that it was made from Martel Theresia? Mother isn't dead. She's still living on in those red micro things, but... No, it just seems confusing. Who was it? Was it her or not? Those red beads, that's what my mother is now. It's like Parasite Eve Light in that sense. Erase the existence of Emile Theresia. But I don't want that vaccine to be around. Yes. Well, what about the other lab? Or the other room that's over here. Which is another lab. This room is filled with all kinds of machines. I only see one. There are desks, tools, and rubble piled up in front of the desk in the corner. What's here? The whiteboard is covered with what looks like maps of this facility, and it has facility destruction strategy written on it. According to this, it looks like the plans were to blow up a generator room. Maybe I'll have to do that? Look at the note. What kind of note do we got here? Emile and Leanne. In the aftermath of the mass executions, the stench of blood here got even stronger. Leanne should have been killed too, but Emile had done just what I'd expected her to do. She protected Leanne and slaughtered any soldiers that came to try and kill her daughter. Emile immediately charged with treason But she went into hiding underground in my lab. Emile and that girl remind me of two people that I used to know. I decided to help them. Yeah, maybe there's more backstory stuff. With the other storyline, whatever that is. The mercenaries won't stay here too long. The virus is still around. Emile and Leanne will only need to hide for a few more days. I have to get out of here too. This will be the last time I'll ever see them. So in the end, we were all one big squad. And yet, fucking Leanne ended up chained in like or just amnesiac in the basement when the place was full of traps. Still very unclear why that happened, but... Kill that woman and her daughter too. She killed some of our men though. Kill the daughter first. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, there we go. Apparently she just went Rambo on them. As long as I'm alive, you'll live. Well, apparently she's also, like, somehow alive at this point. I wonder if that's the sort of spooky implication there. I'm alive. There's no to hide in here. Can't lose any more men. We'll finish them off later. Meanwhile, until they've left, I'll keep you safe. The first treatment sample is done. I guess anytime you see no eyes on a person, that's on purpose. Keep going over the memory I just found again and again. Trying to convince myself of Mother's existence. The Epicary virus had spread to this underground facility. The mercenaries controlling this region decided to execute us. I know Mother protected me then. She'd even gone so far as to murder her own comrades. That psychotic lady who loved blood and set traps for me. She's been protecting me all this time. So, traps in this facility were just like her way of saying, like, stay in, and also, you know, getting bled and electrocuted and all that shit builds character. That's probably what she was trying to say. Blow up the generator room was the plan. No, I don't know, could we find anything else in here? Utensils, some kind of experiment. I thought there was like a microscope on the desk here, like a very fancy one, but apparently not. Don't know what that is. Maybe now that we've checked that out, we can check out what's in here, because I think, yeah, it did give me a message, so I was like, I should check out the other rooms first. Let's try going up the stairs. And apparently get this music again that I think we only ever gotten on that cutscene so far. Let's be reminded for a little bit of like the attic section in the in Time, like the spooky haunted house level in Time Splitters 1. Game that I'm sure a lot of people have played. Which I feel would probably be the best match for these graphics. Way above ground level now. Gosh. just kind of keeps going, but surely this has to come to an end. And 6F. Oh, it's flat now. Let's see. What do we have? Some kind of machine is set up. There are a number of different switches that will control this machine. There's some plastic explosive planted on the machine. Can I grab it? This was probably part of the plan to destroy the facility. There's a piece of paper in between the device and the explosive, which means that... okay, no, never mind. I thought that if there was a piece of paper there, it would keep the device from being stuck to the explosive, but... apparently it has the locations of the other pieces. The rest of them are on B2F after you go down the ladder. And she points out that we don't know where that is exactly. Oops. As long as I have these explosives, I can destroy any prison door. Looking for the rest of them might be a good idea, so yeah. TNT. There's sound from somewhere nearby. A door just unlocked. That seems pretty ominous. I feel like that would imply that there's someone nearby and just came in. Oh wait, this door wasn't here before. Probably it was, but it just wasn't visible. I hadn't gone far enough. Thought I heard a sound from this door. Yeah, I don't know. It seems very, very making me uneasy. And before I go through that door, let's have a save. Gust of wind hits me in the face. There's a small piece of paper on the metal door. My memory. Mother has been setting up traps all over this underground facility. Mother is probably only capable of showing her love through violence. She means to keep me by her side forever. Yeah, I guess the only way for her to, like, actually be nice to her daughter was by slaughtering the people who were trying to hurt her that weren't her. Kinda makes you think. Left her behind and went somewhere else. I'm sure she would rather kill me than let me go, and by hurting me she makes it so I can never forget. That was the only way Mother knew how to love. If I left her behind and went somewhere else, I didn't catch the first word of that. Now it's time to sleep. My memory fades each day. I think I'm infected with the purple virus, but apparently she got treated. Is the virus why she lost her memory? I took the vaccine. The red squirming vaccine. My beloved mother is quietly squirming around inside my body. Vaccine Theresia. The stench of blood surrounding Mother, the eyes brimming with madness. I remember. Since the day she found me, Mother has always loved me. Guess we didn't see the complete frame of that before. Now this looks like the ending of Clock Tower 1. I don't think it's gonna be the ending of this game. Seems like there's probably a few things that we would have left to do. My body is buffeted by a strong blast of air. I climb the twisting staircase and go through the door. I let the wind blow around me and think of Mother. The piece of paper I'm holding has Leanne Theresia written on it in tiny letters. That's right. Epicary, the purple virus, causes people to lose their memory. As Epicary spread, I stayed behind with Mother. We knew this place was going to be deserted. Mother began to fill the building with traps to make sure I wouldn't run away and would stay by her side until I died as well. That was the only way she could show me her love. So that's the whole explanation for how we ended up in this situation. The traps that drink my blood are a sign of your love. With this pain and these scars, you'll make sure that I never forget you existed. And if I'm going to leave you anyway, you might as well take my life, right? Oh, is this the ladder they were talking about? She left the underground and I waited for her to return. But she never came back. Perhaps she died soon after she left me. I was infected by Epicari and I gradually started to lose my memory. Vaccine Theresia. I injected myself with a medicine made from mother's DNA and fell asleep in that room. So where does the other person named Theresia go into it? I feel like that's been forgotten at this point. And that's how I ended up here. Well, I think we're all caught up. I want to see Mother one last time. Oh boy. Oh, here we are. Shafts of light shine down through gaps between the clouds. Ain't that pretty? There is a ladder going down. We try going down the ladder. See exactly where that's going to deposit us. Oh, we're in B1F. Apparently this room does not connect to any of the surrounding rooms, so we can't just get out of there. And I guess, yeah, this is the ladder that... If we look around here, this is apparently where the rest of the explosives will be. Let's take a look. Yep, that sure is a lot of stuff in the corner there. It has something to do with the destruction plan and also a whole lot of plastic explosives next to the corpse. Oh, there's a corpse. I thought there was like all a pile of that, the explosives. There's a detonation cord. If I touch a cord, I think there will be a huge explosion. Yeah. Guess that's another save cue right there. Let's see. What if I just use the hand on it? What will that result in exactly? I reach out for the corpse. He must have been a soldier. This corpse is wearing a uniform. Oh yeah, that's probably why I said that. If I touch a detonator, there will be a huge explosion. I pick up the charges that might still be useful. This corpse is full of bullet holes. The soldier must have been shot to death, maybe by my own adoptive mother. So now I have even more explosives with me. Not too sure where I'm gonna end up using it, but let's backtrack again, I suppose. Still haven't found the final key to get out of here, which I would imagine would be the final thing that we do, but... Now we didn't just climb down the ladder, we climbed up the ladder into B1F. Just a little confused. Seeing all this for the first time, seeing the ending scene, the good ending scene in Clock Tower 1 for the first time. Except not really. The best ending, which is also like the non-canon ending, well, the best ending if it's two people that survive, because during Clock Tower 1, the sequel establishes that only one person survives. Even though in the original it's possible to save yourself and one other person. Actually, hold on a moment. Before we head all the way back down, I feel like there's one thing that I didn't try. I feel like, yeah, there wasn't that really to interact with and be kind of flat area. We get the full description again? No, okay. Just a couple of times. Let's see. Okay, apparently we can leave this view. I was not aware of that. turn around, I get what? Oh, okay. This has been here the whole time. Okay, I think I know where I am now. This is like literally the other end of the door that I've found a couple times. That was locked from the other side, and I thought we were gonna be getting to the other side of that door by going through the places that use the spear keys, but oh shit, hold on. Where am I going? I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be going this way. I'm going back to the cathedral, I think, as you did say. Hey, I should go see my dead mother one more time. I wonder if this gas has leaked through to the cathedral, because it's like... it's everywhere in here, that's for sure. It's this way to the stairs. Let's see. Apparently there's no purple haze here. As we climb higher, we get more high, the purple haze actually goes away. Oh, what am I doing? This is the fast way to get ahead. It's in this direction. But we're almost back at the place where our mother's corpse is hanging out. It's not really clear how she died, if she ended up dying through disease or if she was killed. Apparently she was like a super good combatant. So what are we doing now? Just sits at the desk to just use a hand again. Before I know it, I'm hugging Mother's decaying body as tightly as I can. And we get another flashback. Mother wanted to keep me by her side forever, so I guess nobody stopped her from laying all those traps because at that point everyone was gone. Wonder if anyone would ever like come back to this place to investigate it though, after stuff had calmed down. One that can't be expressed with words. That was what she was looking for, that's why she was obsessed with me. The horrible traps that she set are a manifestation of her love for me. I feel like you've said this like 3 times already though. Even now you still smell like blood. I open my eyes. And it's the same, but there's another piece of paper that we didn't notice. Oh shit, it's the final one. I think this might be the endgame. Put this piece of paper into the organ to make it blaze up. And another door will open. And we have been, like, we got stuff from this room like 3 times already, and yet we never noticed that until now. Like, it would have saved us a lot of time if we had. I think. But we did it. Alright, let's see. It seems pretty clear what we have to do now, but this really does look like it could be the endgame, so let's I guess as I make my way back into the central part of this area, I'll make another save. And probably won't save over that for the time being. It's not this way, it's this way. Well, I don't think I want to save right in front of the rock, so do this instead. What may or may not end up being my final save of this. Let's see what the final song is gonna turn out to be, I guess. Wait, what? I'm not paying attention. After a sudden change between inventories, here we go. Mother paper to mother and child paper. But when sure I realize that it has something scribbled in the back, of course. March 23rd, XX34 Blood Pledge. My paradise takes place in war. I kill and torture. I feel at peace listening to screams as I tear through flesh and blood. I kill old people, women and children, but I don't understand. The mother and child that I killed fell against each other. Even in death they're together. Parents, children, mothers, I don't understand it. You are no longer alive. Why do you stay together? Tiny baby bird in the rubble covered in blood. Tell me, I want to know. You're my daughter from now on. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that our mother is effectively the villain, just based on this whole rationale. If we hadn't already figured that out. Baby bird in this rubble. A tiny child is buried here. I'm sure that it was established that we were adopted like really early on. I'm gonna hold you by your foot like this. From now on. Oh, check it out, the coloring changed. You are my daughter. Guess we're very blonde. I don't think we've ever gotten a glimpse of ourselves as like a grown-up, but... Apparently something's catching fire. There's an explosion in the distance and the ground shakes, so maybe some of the explosives that were left behind actually went off. Oh boy, red tongues of flame out of the corner of my eye. So I don't think we're gonna be able to go back to any of these underground places. It's just rip now. Or even there, but that's like above us. And that's the room that we're in right now. That doesn't look good. Church is engulfed in flame. Quickly crouch down. Get out immediately, I have to. But what about my mother? Well, I mean... Are you sure you want that? I mean... Ask yourself. Hear Theresia screaming about as if they're trying to tell me... I mean, have you even seen any of the red beat Theresia in the cathedral area? I don't think so. I've seen Theresia, I can hear them moving. As if they're trying to tell me to escape. Well, maybe your mother mutated into a decent person in death. As... I don't know, microbial organisms. Stumble to my feet and throw away the things I've been carrying. I don't need them anymore. I guess that's the way to say it. I'm gonna empty my inventory. Struggle to pull my bruised and battered body upright. As I stand, I suddenly remember those tiny red creatures. I remember those ominous, hideous little creatures the color of flame. But they weren't hideous, they were beautiful. I can't make up my mind about anything. That is my character, I suppose. And now we're just... okay, we're just surrounded by flaming... boneless wings. Let's see if we can make our way out through this. I mean, here's the way out. Surely it'll just be as simple as that. And here it is. We should just be able to do this, right? Looks like the door with the woman and child on it is open. Ah, there's another door behind it, but surely this won't be locked, because... come on. Oh god, no, it looks like it's barred. What the fuck? The door in front of me has been boarded up. Can we make some kind of desperate attempt to... oh, hold on. Nope, apparently we just don't even have any comment over on that, and... Or maybe if I hadn't just thrown away my fucking crowbar, I could have tried to do something about this. Can I shoot the door? Fire the gun? Does the bullet ricochet back at me? No. Well, it does bounce, but apparently it doesn't bounce back at me at least. I need something stronger to knock that door down, and also maybe these explosives. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Well, I did, there's a single hand grenade underneath the door. Thankfully I also have a hand grenade. Oh, 2 hand grenades with me already, so... Oh boy. Flames out of the grenade and the plastic explosives causing a massive explosion. But I'm right next to them, right? Feels like my consciousness is being blown away. Before I could act, the huge explosion completely surrounded me as well. Everything in front of me turns red, not knowing what just happened. My vision becomes hazy and fading. So did I just die? Literally as I got to the exit? Oh shit, maybe I did. Maybe that was like the bad choice. Oh, okay, yeah I did. Alright, let's try that again. I mean, usually when you throw a grenade, you have the option to, like, back off afterwards. But apparently this time we're gonna have to do things a little bit differently. So let's see, I'm pretty sure that what triggers the final sequence here is using this thing. I don't know, I feel like there's probably quite a few characters like this where it's like, oh, I don't know how to feel anything except when I do really shitty things to other people. I literally am incapable of feeling emotions like this. I feel like the only other character that immediately comes into mind when I hear the description, though, is Kazuo Kiriyama from the novel, specifically Battle Royale. Because of the way that they handle Battle Royale, it's like they change the characterization in like each version. I think at least. I think there's like 3 major versions of that story. It's the novel, which is the only one that I've... Actually, no. I've read the novel and I've seen the movie, but apparently there's also like a manga version that I have not read. I mean, I saw the movie, so I know that that's one of the things that they changed in the movie, along with another major character in that story, which is Shogo. In that, I think, in the movie, both him and Shogo were, like, no longer part of the class that got, like, abducted to do the thing. They were, like, actually people who voluntarily went into the game, which was not what happened in the novel at all. They were part of the class and they went into the whole thing involuntarily, just like everybody else. And I'm pretty sure in the movie that explained, at least for Kiriyama's character, that pretty much just does that because he wants to kill people. And I'm pretty sure that the movie version of the character also doesn't have the implication that he's just straight up emotionless, like he is in the book. But alright, I think we're about to get our next chance. I really could go for some, like, actual fiery boneless wings after this, but I don't think I have any like, that I could just have, so let's do this a little bit differently. Probably have, like, like a couple of slices of pizza left in the fridge. Probably just go for that. So here we are. Thankfully we opened these doors before and we don't have to go through the motion of using the keys again. Every time. No, every time out of the grand total of 2 times, so... Well, hopefully only 2 times because I somehow end up dying again. So let's see, here's the final door. I assume this is the final door. It can't not be the final door. So let's put down the explosives. And yeah, we have a grenade. We have multiple grenades. Yeah, try to open the door. I think of a way to destroy it rather than open it, so no, we're gonna leave the door this time. And we're gonna back off. You know, the fact that, oh yeah, yes, this target, the order is different. Hide behind a pillar and watch the door that I've covered with plastic explosives and use one of my handy dandy grenades that I picked up from my final trip to the storage room. And hopefully don't die this time. The TNT rips a huge hole in the door. And now... let's go outside, surely. Walk through the hole I've made... no, I walk though the hole I've made in the door and step out. I walk in spite of the hole I made in the door and step out. Into the light. I was looking at Splatoon 2 DLC. The light of everything burning down unless the bottom shot there is from inside, which would probably make more sense. So is it daytime? Light shone through the cracks and I made my way to the door. I'm pretty sure that there's a specific ending theme that plays at the end here that I actually became aware of. Obviously well before I beat this, because this is the first ever time that I've beaten this right now. So I'm expecting it. Light shone through the cracks and I made my way to the door, but all that lay on the other side were endless fields of red. Red flowers that stretched out as far as the eye could see. Behind me, flames began to rise. The places that are being collapsed around me... well, the places that I'd been to presumably collapsed around me as they were engulfed in flames. I slowly started to move forward as though I was being drawn by the light and sound of the flames. The flower petals, consumed and lifted by the flames, gently fell down along with the burning embers. Yeah, this seems like a very serene and sort of optimistic way of looking at the destruction that's actually going on there. How was my most beloved mother just lie back seeing Theresia? The flowers were also her. Oh hey, there she goes. She exists. Surrounded by the burning petals, I kept walking through the fields. Hopefully the red flowers didn't have thorns. I mean, she's already been like... how much blood will she have lost by the end of this? She has 9 elixirs though, I'm sure she'll be fine. Feeling the sunlight, feeling the air touch my skin, the scent of flowers and dirt, the distant sound of the wind. I hadn't felt the wind for so long. That's when I suddenly realized something didn't feel right. Now that is strange. Oh, hey look, she has a face. She also has no eyes, just like everybody else around her though. My hands were drenched in blood, my hair covered in oil, blood all over my body. It was just like... Mother. No matter how much I ran, the red flowers stretched out before me. Suddenly I heard a small, weak voice. I can hear it. A baby crying. Oh shit. It's gonna be like a here we go again kind of situation. I mean, surely not. Surely she learned better than what happened to her. I looked and saw, surrounded by the red flowers blowing in the breeze, a small baby crying gently. See, how did that get in there? When I came to my senses, my uncertain footsteps took me in the direction of the child. I gently picked up the baby and held it in my arms. Oh shit, I think I've seen this frame before when I saw the ending song that I was talking about before. And I completely completely had no idea what it was really about, if this is what it was really about. Oh god, it is. In my arms, the baby let out a sigh of relief. That's the shot. And fell fast asleep. How lovable. Why? Why are they so lovely? Have you been, are we talking about the same thing? Have you been around the baby? Lovely. So how far are we from the giant church that blew up and is on fire now? Yep, here we are. This is the track I was expecting. And just as I thought it might, it sounds a lot more compressed in the DS quality, so I'm honestly really impressed that someone managed to find like an uncompressed version of this track. That's in existence. I'll probably play it at the end of this to play this out, but yeah. Oh boy, that was a thing. That was Theresia, dear Emile, something that... God, I'm trying to remember now. When did I first learn about this, or coincidentally find this? I wish I could remember how I even became aware of this, because I really can't remember. Like maybe I was searching for spooky games that you could play on the DS? Semi Ace Daichi. I think that's the same person who did music for some of the what the fuck is that name? I've shared music from that game. It's like a fucking Japanese detective game series that didn't get ported except for like a few of them. Jake Hunter? I think that's it, yeah, Jake Hunter. I think that's the same person who also did music from that, for that. But, yeah. I mean, I definitely don't regret playing to the end of this. Because I've just been curious about this for so long. I want to say it was around over 10 years ago, because I think I do remember playing this on like the first computer that I ever had that could run a DS emulator that had not terrible frame rate, which was a laptop that I had in like 2011. You know, funnily enough. And yeah, I remember, I'm fairly sure I remember playing through to the end of the first chapter, not only during that time, but during other times as well, but it wasn't until right now that I actually managed to get myself through to the end of the game proper. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely the sort of thing that kind of hooks you with the beginning presentation, because it's like the mystery of what's going on here, why is any of this, what does any of this mean? And it kind of keeps that up, and it feels like it's not until close to the end that you get any kind of actual concrete answers for that. Oh shit, but I'm not quite sure what that final shot was about, but thanks to Arc System Works for publishing this, I suppose, but yeah. In practice, I don't know, I feel like if I do have a criticism for this game, which I do, it would be that in practice the payoff could have afforded to be a little bit better. And also the quality of some of the puzzles was just kind of iffy, and also the quality of the proofreading for the translation, at least. I don't know if that happens in the original text, but that could have been improved a little bit more. But you know, bearing in mind that I also very much really don't regret using the assistance of a walkthrough to get through a good chunk of this. I do think it was worthwhile to say that I did it. Also, let's see what this is. The story of Theresia begins to unwind itself as time passes. There was a girl named Martel Theresia. Oh yeah, there's that. I did mention this at the beginning of this. The game is technically not over at this point. And we can look at the diary. Did we get all the diary entries from the... Oh god, lost time. What does lost time mean? Is that the game that we finished? Stop crying, child. What is this now? Child, you are now... Child, my daughter. Is this something that we just haven't witnessed yet in any form? Let's see. I remember the moment when someone grabbed my leg and yanked me out of the rubble. Suddenly there was light. It was so bright. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw a woman with pale skin drenched in blood. I still remember it clearly, the smell of blood on my mother's face. That was when I was born. Not when I was actually born and abandoned by my family in that field, or just ended up there by coincidence because I guess they were running away from stuff, and I don't know what this is about though. I knew about Dear Martel, but I did not know about this. I was born into a country at war. The war took my real parents. This is like a recap of everything. Hope it's not too long if that's the case. The war took my real parents when I was only a year old, a tiny creature that could barely speak. Helpless child who couldn't do anything without her parents. I was left behind, buried under rubble in the ruins of a small town, waiting to die. That was when the slight woman with pale skin dragged me out of the rubble. She was my mother, the head of a torture division for a mercenary unit from the enemy nation. Emile, Theresia, so that was a part that I didn't quite gather, so she was for the invading army. Did she take the daughter back to her home country, or did she like stay in the other country? Well, I guess this was all in the other country that she wasn't from. The village I lived in was under the control of the enemy nation, and my mother belonged to the mercenary unit that had jurisdiction over my village. Mercenaries had taught my mother the ways of torture her whole life. Well, she had no siblings, no friends. All she did every day was hurt people physically and emotionally. That was the only life my mother, Emile, was given. With none of the love or care a normal child might receive, my mother never learned to feel pain when she tortured others. Okay, so pretty sure that part of her backstory was never even hinted at in the regular game, so I guess we're just getting more... like this is just expounding more on that. Instead, she found that her work gave her a certain kind of joy despite her young age. Contrary to her young, frail appearance, she was so cold-blooded that people began to call her the devil. It looked like this. When the rumor began to circulate that the devil had brought home a child, people were shocked. That brood adopted a child. Has she lost her mind for real now? You say that every woman has maternal instincts. Well, Mother took me to a church on the outskirts of the village and officially made me her daughter. I remember the church. It was in the middle of a field watched over by a quiet priest with long hair. My mother visited the church with me in her arms. The priest said nothing, just looked at us sadly. And yeah, he looked like that. Please give that child a name. And please say a prayer. Pray for the child's divine protection. Remember that mother's arms were very warm. The church had a basement. It was built long ago before the priest was even born as a prison for sinners. Why? It was more than a place to pay for your crimes. It was a place to pray. They modernized it with all sorts of electrics and elevators and stuff. Some sinners felt uncomfortable under the sun and went there of their own free will. They would come to the church every day and pray for forgiveness. Even though the subterranean prison was rank with the smell of blood to the sinners, it was a sanctuary. Time passed, eventually war came to our country and the church fell under enemy control. I mean, by enemy control, do you mean the control of the mercenaries that the mother was a part of? Basement prison had become a military base and its purpose had changed. And also they were like doing experiments in the basement. Mother gave me the name Leanne. Mother worked and lived as a torturer in the underground base. Whenever she had time off work, Mother would come to the church to visit me. She would stand in front of the altar with me in her arms and stroke my head while she sang me to sleep with a strange lullaby. And I guess she did this in the underground flower field? The garden, actually that wasn't underground, was it? That was in the ground level. Filled with sparse red flowers, the smell of dirt and flowers, the soft wind. She apparently wore these really fancy dresses once you do that. Dresses that made her look like an anime villain. Wonder where she got those in a wartime situation, but the constant smell of blood had always followed my mother. These were the things that made me feel safe when I was a child. Whenever Mother visited me at the church, she never let me out of her sight. To other people, it looked more like some kind of obsession than motherly love. And in fact, as I matured, Mother became more and more insistent that I never leave her side during visits. Visits that she made or visits that she received. As I grew older and learned to walk, Mother forbid me. I'm not sure that should be forbade me, but okay. To come in contact with other people, I wasn't allowed to go outside, and apparently I became a redhead briefly. I became Little Orphan Annie even though I was blonde before, and later. I'd only speak to Mother. You are my daughter. Forever. This bond is only for you and me. This is a healthy relationship, and you should totally do this and carry it on if you ever find another human being after you grow up. Whenever Mother held me, I could smell the stench of blood all over her. She spoke to me in a stern tone. You must not speak with anyone other than me. You must not leave your room when you are alone, because you are my daughter. She gave me a key. It was a strange key with a tip broken off. Oh, an oddly shaped, blood-stained key that probably didn't work. When she handed me the key, she looked me in the eye and said, "Keep this key with you. This is your key. From now on, you will have no relationships with anyone except me." Once again, I am a reasonable person. It was a symbol of my confinement. I was very young and only barely understood what Mother was saying, but making the promise was easy. Mother was everything to me. As long as Mother was with me, that was all I needed. When I turned 7, I began working for the priest. It became my job to take care of the church's animals, and it was a job that kept me away from other people. Perhaps Mother had told the priest to make it that way. Without any human contact, I came to love my job because I was able to find companionship with the animals. When I started my job, a baby horse was born, and it was so cute that I took special care of it. So what happened to the horse? I guess you kind of have to wonder. It was a mare with red hair, and I named her Emile. Became very fond of her, so she named the horse after the mother, not after herself. I used to sneak out of my room and visit Emile even when it wasn't time to work. Emile was a very smart horse, and it felt like she understood what I was saying to her. The red-haired mare that grew up with me, except she has yellow hair. Just like you were supposed to have. I wonder what she's doing now. As I grew up, well, maybe she got out of there, yeah, if like people actually evacuated, because we didn't find horse corpses, at least, so maybe the horse actually survived. Wouldn't that be something? She would check on any little thing I'd done, and it started to feel like she was keeping watch over me. Always the smell of blood followed her. I began to feel the smell, like the smell that followed her was seeping into my skin. I used to be really scared of that smell. It won't come off, it wouldn't go away. I do remember this flashback scene. I used to wash my hands over and over, trying to get rid of it. No matter how hard I washed, the smell of blood was always there. But I couldn't stop. I went to the river every day to wash my hands. Perhaps because I was there every day, a boy came up to me, yeah. Pretty much saw glimpses of all this in the backstory, flashbacks and whatnot, but so until now it's actually explained. The boy's name was Theresia. He was a war orphan around my age who also lived in the church. Theresia took interest in me because of our shared past. After the day at the river, he would talk to me every time he saw me, but Mother didn't like that. I think she actually ended up killing him from what the flashbacks we saw during the game implied. Around that time, a whole bunch of red flowers suddenly bloomed in the fields surrounding the church. The flowers were beautiful, but something about their color made me think of poison. They reminded me of Mother. I was desperate for a different color of flower at that time, apparently. So much so that I began digging holes and attempting to plant other types of flowers. She didn't sound like she was that desperate in the flashbacks, but I figured that I was trying to put another color in that red field. If the red flowers were my mother, I wanted my own presence there as well. And still, Mother regularly visited the church to spend time with me. Alright, I guess Mother wasn't based out of the church after all. Or at least not the normal, maybe, I don't know. It's not explained very clearly either. Began to notice that every time Mother would visit me, the priest seemed to be afraid of her. I suppose it would only be natural to be scared of a woman like my mother. I also began to notice that Mother was scared of the priest too, but in a very different way. Maybe Mother saw something divine in him that frightened her. Whatever it was, I couldn't see it. Mother, surrounded by the red flowers, was nothing but beautiful. I always felt that there was something about her that just sucked me in. Mother took me to the field a lot. We never did much, just sat and looked at the red flowers. She didn't smile much, and when she talked to me, her voice was always a little cold. To me. The smell of blood at her jaw left lingering on her skin. The lullaby she'd sung to me as a child, those dresses that she seems to, and outfits that she seems to keep shifting between. The expansive fields of red flowers surrounding the church. All of these things were aspects of my mother. Turn 10. I was living a pious life. The church was poor, so we didn't have much food. I'm kind of wondering how old she is in, like, the present during the actual game. Probably like 16 or something. In the middle of the night, when there was no one around, I would sit in front of the altar and pray for other people's happiness. Sacha began talking to me even more frequently. I did my best to obey Mother and stay away from him, but Sacha continued to try to talk to me. He was probably older than I was. Even when I was taking care of the animals, Sacha would often show up. I couldn't understand. Why did he take such an interest in me? I also cannot just follow the normal connections that a normal human brain should have and figure it out. It felt kinda nice. I started to think that maybe deep down I did want to get to know other people. Sacha knew that I wasn't allowed to come in contact with people besides Mother. We knew nothing good would happen if people saw us talking. Because we couldn't talk much, Sacha started to write letters and bring them to me. I would hide his letters in the mountain of hay near the animals, and I would hide my reply in the same place. I had many long conversations this way. Since I was forbidden to go outside, Sacha would tell me about the world beyond the church. I started to feel like I was slowly falling for him. He was the one person besides my mother who would talk to me. Put the letter in our usual place. Put my letter here tomorrow and the day after that, and the day after that. Since you can't see the world, I'll tell you what happens. And then the text became red. And you can kinda tell what happened next. The day I turned 12, the war finally came to an end, really. My country had lost the war. Our enemy had developed a new kind of weapon to end the war. The weapon they had created to end the war was called epicati. It was a powerful biological weapon that infected its victims with a disease created in a lab. After the war, many people in my village began to behave oddly, their behavior getting worse and worse until they finally committed suicide. So they were also infected, I guess. And the strange behavior and suicides was a bioweapon epicati. Those infected would first begin to behave strangely and then eventually lose their memory. Different people would be affected differently by the virus. Some would fear a certain color, some would roll up in a corner and groan. Whatever they did, it got worse over time, with some villagers killing animals or even other people, but infection always ended with suicide. Couldn't see anything physically wrong, but after death, the skin of the corpses would turn a bright, beautiful purple, whatever you say so. Looks like the MCU version of the Vision. But the purple skin told us that corpses were spreading the virus. Purple corpses had to be burned as soon as possible to keep the virus from spreading. The villagers began to gather the corpses and the infected together into one area. The church on the outskirts of the village, the church where I lived. And that's where they would all be just immolated. As the corpses began to turn purple, they were burned quickly without any prayers. People burning the bodies wore thick protective suits to keep from getting infected. And everyone else was told to stay away from the corpses. But I couldn't stand it. I ignored the warnings and offered up my prayers for the dead, and I eventually got infected as well. As we all know, but apparently the vaccine saved her. Or whatever came after. All I can do is pray. See, she's blonde now. She's no longer a redhead here. Epicari spread like wildfire and the death toll continued to rise. Pretty soon, strange people in lab coats were visiting the church more and more often. Among them was this woman, Emile, who I'm still not entirely sure if she was exactly what she was doing, or because if it wasn't related to the war. Lady with black hair, it's brown. Emile was the head doctor. She was always in control, ordering the other doctors around and treating the infected patients, but I also saw her burn the bodies of the dead without hesitation. After Emile's arrival, the spread of the virus finally slowed down. I heard people saying that a treatment had been developed for Epicari. Eventually, the church became the base for Emile's research, and I often saw her stay there overnight. I noticed Emile watching me as I prayed for the corpses that were waiting to be burned. This very imposing pose. It's okay now. There is a medicine that can defeat the purple virus. I'm a doctor. You can believe this. I wonder if they're going to clarify anything about the source of that, though, because apparently that's to do with the other character called Martel, who was like only mentioned once in that the entirety of the base game. Ellie appeared to have taken an interest in me. It wasn't like she took time to talk to me or anything, but every time we saw each other I could feel her watching me. After several days of this, it was like any other visit Mother had made. That day the plan was for Mother to spend the night at the church and head for work the next day. Whenever Mother was at the church, she would never leave my side. That night I woke up and Mother wasn't there. I was really worried. I got up to wander the halls of the church looking for Mother. Just then I heard something moving nearby. I don't know why, but the sound caught my attention and I walked slowly towards the noise. It was coming from the storage room. When I opened the door, I couldn't help but give a small scream. Hundreds of small red beads covered the walls of the room, crawling about like bugs. I was terrified. Something about them attracted me and I froze. But by this time the red beads already existed. What is this room? Red beads are moving. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. My body refused to respond. I felt like I was paralyzed. What are you doing at this hour? That voice tore me out of my paralysis. Turned around. I guess that was Emile, right? It's like one of the first flashback scenes that we witnessed in the game. He seemed to have crawled out of the bottle again. They get out a lot. Talking about these red creatures, they are called Theresia. But never mind that. What are you doing out so late? In trouble sleeping? Before I knew it, I was running away as fast as I could. I don't know why. I felt like I'd seen something I really wasn't supposed to see. Anywhere was better than that room. I never saw Theresia again. The spread of the Epicari virus was brought under control, although it wasn't stopped. Time passed. I turned 16. Mother's attitude never changed. When she came to visit me, she wouldn't let me leave her side. She was aloof and didn't talk much, and always she smelled of blood. I was still forbidden to meet other people. Finally, one day, Saja nervously confessed his feelings for me. And this was at the end of the timeline, which I wasn't expecting. But that had happened before. He confessed his love towards me. Saja bit his lip as he told me how he felt. But I didn't know what to say to him. I liked Saja too. I wanted to be with him forever. That was how I felt. Is that love? I don't know. Does Mother, who never smiles at me, love me? I was confused. Mother's words rang through my head. I forbid you to talk to strangers. How do you feel about me? What am I to you? Well, that is an interesting question. As I kept talking, I still hadn't replied. He asked me to come see the world, but Mother had forbidden me to ever go outside. And the world outside scared me. Still, a part of me wanted to know what was out there. That part was getting harder to ignore. Finally, one sunny day, as usual, Sacha was trying to get me outside. For whatever reason, my resolve wavered, and I took a step toward him and the outside world. And at that moment, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mother. And you can imagine how well that ended. And she saw us. Broke into a cold sweat as I tried to hold back the fear and guilt I suddenly felt. Mother had a knife in her hand. Was walking calmly, as you can see here, walking calmly towards Sacha. She walked towards Sacha calmly. She put his name in the goblet of fire. Fire noticed Mother with the knife and moved to stop her, but without hesitation and almost without looking, her hand moved like lightning. And her blade dug itself deep into the chest of the friar. Okay, so not until the other dudes, not yet. Some soldiers had a commotion and ran over to see his mother. They picked up the friar and rushed him to the hospital, but the knife had gone too deep. He had died before he hit the floor. But in the days, I barely remember going back to my room. I sat in my room, frozen, my mind struggling to make sense of what I'd seen, of my emotions. I tried to move my body, but it wouldn't respond. Was Mother a murderer? I didn't want to see anyone. Mother's face covered in blood. The image won't go away. There was so much blood. Blood all over Mother's face, arms, hair. But you didn't see her stab the little boy. I was used to the smell of blood, and I knew that Mother was a torturer, but I'd never actually seen her kill someone before. It felt like I was about to go crazy. She killed someone, just like that. Mother is a murderer. The moment Mother killed that man, I couldn't get that image out of my head. After that incident, Mother was something I couldn't miss that one, but anyway. I stopped visiting the church. I was scared to see Mother, so when I heard she won't be coming to the church anymore, I was relieved. But that day, the stench of blood and the scream of a dying man, the dark red blood covering Mother's face, that moment in time was engraved in my memory. Couldn't do my job and locked myself in my room for a while. A couple of days later, Emile came to visit me. She took me out into the field surrounding the church. The red flowers were in full bloom. And what did she have to say? It's the same place Mother and I had visited so many times when I was young. The smell of the flowers, the smell of blood that followed my mother, memories of my childhood rushed back, and along with them the memory of my mother murdering someone. Emile spoke. Well, I think everyone only cares about their own lives. Your mother, she's not the murderer you think she is. I wasn't sure if Emile said that to make me feel better, or if she really meant it. She still has brown hair, not black. Whatever the hair... the hair, yeah. Whatever the hair color, every time I saw the red fields I thought of Mother. She never let me out of her sight when she came to the church. She always held my hand and kept me next to her. Even if that was apparently in the past at this point. I desperately tried to live up to her expectations. The smell of blood in her cold hands, she never smiled when she had such long silver hair. Even though she was apparently very young. Those memories were engraved in my heart. Riley saw me, or Emile, excuse me, saw me crossing my thoughts and muttered. Martel Theresia, you remind me of her. I think there's another story that probably involves Emile more. And that's the, suddenly the epicary virus began to spread again. Probably where you learn that's to do with Martel. It's probably before the first story. Or at least the first story as it's presented here. Stockpiles of the treatment were nearly depleted when the outbreak occurred. The results were devastating. The infected turned hostile, some turning on the healthy, some just killing each other. They were put in chains and kept under tight surveillance. Even with such extreme measures, the spread of the virus could not be contained. It was decided that the village and church would have to be evacuated. Survivors would be relocated to an underground facility the troops had used as a base. The villagers said that it had been used for torturing. It was a cold, dark place that reeked of blood. Mother was there. When they told me where we'd be going, I heard Mother singing her lullaby in the back of my mind. I was going to see Mother for the first time since she had murdered that fire. I was scared to see her. I knew she would lock me up again, I would smell like blood again, and Mother is a murderer. I wanted to be free from the smell of blood, so by this time I had already begun thinking like, this is not okay, hopefully. Even with the shit she said after the fact, in the present. I don't remember ever seeing Mother smile. I'd spent a year thinking about all of this after Mother left, but if I relocate with everyone else, I'll see Mother again. Would I leave the surviving infected people in the village and go see Mother? Apparently she did. If you stay here, you will be killed. You must come with us. To where your mother is. The day I was to move underground, Satya took my hand and asked me if I wanted to run away with him. Well, where are you gonna go if there's like a horrible plague situation? Run away from the mercenaries. Emile is underground. She's a murderer, and I know she will just lock me up again. Satya looked very serious, but there was something about his eyes. They had the color of hope. I wanted to free myself from Mother. I wanted to be with Satya forever. But I wanted to see Mother. Without hesitation, I took my hand away from Satya. Since the day I saw Mother murder the friar, I wanted to be free from the smell of blood. The smell of blood had seeped into my heart. The smell of blood that followed Mother had become even stronger. What is this? Like a symbolic representation of her? I want to see you. I want to see Mother again. I'm going to see her. I'm going to get to see her again. Mother was torturing prisoners in the dim prison underground. On the day I went underground, I frantically asked Emile to take me to Mother. Without hesitation, Emile agreed and took me to see my mother. The minute Mother saw me, she took my arm firmly and led me off down a hall. She took me to the depths of the prison where it reeked of blood. She took me to the cells where the prisoners were kept. Mother threw me into one of the cells and chained me to the wall just like the other prisoners. And I was very, very excited about that. Didn't have the urge to resist. I found myself filled with happiness. Mother's chains, and my own sickness that was pretty much instilled by her the whole time. Don't ever let me out of these chains. I'm pretty sure we saw these flashback scenes as well. I want to be in this cell forever. I don't think that the mother was the one who engineered her amnesia, though. That was how my life in prison began. I didn't do anything. I was just chained to the wall. Could hear people groaning, could hear Mother torturing people. And apparently it was very comforting. The sound of blood dripping, the sound of the flesh being cut, the sound of gouging, cutting, tearing. The pain, the madness, it was so comforting. In my memory, Mother is creating all these sounds and is turning them into something beautiful. Is the other end of that sickle like a cattle prod, or is that just a coincidence? I stay in the cell for a very long time. The smell of the stones and the raw smell of blood and skin, the sound of water and the groaning. Everything reminded me of Mother. It was very comforting. To me, the cell felt like my mother's womb. Emile continued her research and the treatment even after she was relocated underground. I overheard her say that something was needed to replicate it. A specific strand of DNA was needed to create the cure. In between periods of intense research, Emile visited the prison and never helped me or bothered him. She stared at me as if I reminded her of the woman whose DNA was in the cure. There was always something melancholy about Meily's expression. I remember her face clearly. I lived in the prison for almost a year. One morning I learned that the priest had been infected with Epicary and passed away. And didn't want to take the cure. He had refused to take one of the few remaining doses of medicine. The priest had apparently been afraid of the medicine. Or so I heard. As we saw in that flashback here. The medicine's name was Theresia. It was made by combining a specific microscopic organism with a unique DNA strand, so actually like multiple people who were involved in taking the samples to create that. The red beads I'd seen in the storage room at the church, that was vaccine Theresia. Many people had hesitated after seeing the cure for the first time, but they eventually took it. The priest had adamantly refused. I heard he acted out of fear of God. Even as his condition deteriorated, the priest refused treatment. Eventually he succumbed to the virus and took his own life. As opposed to the virus taking his life. Which I thought would be what would have happened. Research into new ways to fight the virus could not keep up with the speed at which it spread. Eventually the Epicary virus spread to the underground facility. Once again the death toll began to rise. The mercenaries in charge of our village decided to abandon the underground facility and go back to their homeland. As citizens of the country that had lost the war, my people were to be abandoned and murdered. It started in the early morning. People ran for their lives, but the soldiers caught and killed them. The underground facility was in chaos. Bloody corpses began to pile up in the grey hallways. I knew it was only a matter of time before I was killed as well. But it didn't matter. I could die in Mother's womb. Perfectly fine. Sat chained to the wall waiting for my turn to die. At that moment my cell door opened and someone ran in. I opened my eyes and saw Satya. Oh boy. I do vaguely remember this scene now. He had a key and he was trying to take the chain off my arms. You have to run away. I'll get this chain off and we'll go, but I'm pretty sure he's not gonna be making it out of the prison after he does this. Don't take off my chains. I've decided to die in Mother's womb. And hey, it's this other song that has the same melody as the theme from the credits. I knew that soon we would both be killed. Rather than leave Mother, I chose to face my death then and there. Satya ignored me and kept working on my chains. A shrill sound pierced the air. Mother. I mumbled her name and Satya spun around. Somehow he found a gun which he was pointing at Mother. But because he failed to use it. Her eyes were the same as the day she had killed the friar, the eyes of a murderer. Satya was shaking like a leaf, but he kept his gun pointed at Mother. Mother walked slowly towards Satya and he stood frozen. Finally she reached Satya and warmly embraced him. Mother took the gun from Satya's hands and pressed it to his head. She started to sing her lullaby, the lullaby she used to sing to me when I was a child. I don't remember if we saw that video before. Couldn't look away. Satya was captivated by Mother. He had stopped shaking in her arms. Mother smiled and did what you would have expected. A smile I thought I'd never seen. That clearly means she loved him more than you. But Mother had always smiled when she sang this lullaby to me. Oh, really? And this apparently triggered that memory. An infant memory. Mother held Satya's limp, lifeless body and continued singing her lullaby. Blood, brains and skull fragments stripped down the cell wall. Mother kept humming her lullaby. How comforting. As I watched her sing, I felt warm and at peace. Guess that shows what my priorities were. Emile, Theresia. Didn't need anyone else, she was everything to me. I'm wondering how much more there could be left before the start of the game, though. I was waiting for my time to come, but Mother decided to, did not allow me to die. Oh, right. Forgot about this. I didn't realize this was part of the same scene as like a segue. Emile, Theresia betrayed us. He murdered one of us. He was protecting an enemy child. Well, that child is such a mighty enemy, she needs to die. And apparently just killed them all with this big gun, which... okay. I was gonna say maybe had like a blade protruding from the back, but I think that's her hair. If I went too far away from her, she would grab my hand and pull B back behind her and tell me not to leave. She walked across the corpses of her former comrades, always in front of me. Child of the devil. Attacked her daughter. But Mother couldn't be stopped. Anyone who got in her way was struck down and bodies fell around her like rain. Even though she eventually did die. As long as I'm still alive, I won't let you die. So now that she's been dead for a while, surely now we can die. We went deep into the underground facility and hid. If the mercenaries decided to mount a search for us, Mother knew it would be difficult to hide. It was Emile who gave us a chance, oh yeah. Get away from the church, because that clearly didn't happen. Emile had somehow become rather attached to us. Could see it in her eyes, so I get the feeling that we're gonna see another story with Emile. And that's or more to do with Emile in the second story, but I don't know if I'm gonna be playing that on stream anytime soon anyway. Hide you in my lab until they leave. The disease spreading, I don't think they'll stay around here for very long. This is my way of saying thanks. Emile had told me that she'd been able to develop a new batch of vaccine, Theresia, and that she was helping us out because we'd helped her. But at the time I didn't understand what she was thanking us for. And I think I still don't. Just as Emile had predicted, the mercenaries soon left my country and went back to their homeland. Before long, the doctors started to leave as well. It was decided that Mother and I would be left in the underground facility. As Emile was leaving, I asked her, did Mother love me this whole time? She gave me an odd look and said, love? Why would you say that? That's a vulgar word. It was what Emile told me. But she let me stay in the blood-drenched underground prison with my mother. Before she left, Emile showed me something. It was the red creature's vaccine, Theresia. I wanted to give this to you. This was created from the DNA of a special girl. It was named after that girl. I think it's a coincidence, but she has the last name of your mother. Yeah, we didn't hear anything at all about that other character outside of this flashback. And the medicine I have here, the new vaccine, Theresia, do you understand? This is your mother. Okay, so I think what was supposed to be conveyed there is that the initial vaccine was made from the other Theresia, Martel Theresia. And then the updated version, I guess, was something that was also made out of something from the mother, Emile. It was generated from Mother's DNA, Emile Theresia. That was when I understood. The squirming red beads, when I first saw them, they reminded me of Mother. After everyone left, Mother and I were alone in the underground facility. In the silence of the abandoned prison, Mother began to lay her traps. She only knew how to show her love through violence. Her only desire was to keep me by her side forever. Worries that I might try and leave her someday. And she would rather I die than leave her. She gives me scars and pain to make sure I won't forget. That is the only way she can show her love to me. That is what I want to think. I mean, I seem pretty convinced of that. Don't know how long we've been here together in the comforting silence. Just sit here holding the pendant with a broken key. A long time ago, one of the mercenaries in Mother's unit told me about the key. This key was the key to the cell of a prisoner where Mother was torturing before she came here. The key started to turn red from the blood of the prisoner. key broke at the same time the prisoner died. It was the first time she had seen someone die. Even since then, Mother kept the broken key. Is that prisoner still tied to the chains in the cell that will never open again? That bloody key is now in my hands. But Mother has been gone for a long time. I'm also gonna lose my memory because I was also infected with the virus, even though I guess the vaccine was what stopped me from dying. I think that's supposed to be there, yeah. I'm beginning to lose my memories. I don't want to forget. From the day she found me, Mother always loved me. I don't want to forget that. So at some point she had begun thinking that, yeah, maybe the thing that she's doing, the Mother's doing, is not okay, but apparently she completely forgot that later on and was like, yeah, Mother sure is great. This red wriggling creature, there's no trace of my mother in it, and yet this red bead is definitely Mother. But the red beads merely had given me and didn't die, I guess. I injected them into my body. This is all I have left of my beloved mother, Emile Theresia. This is a mother. Even if I lose all my memory, I will never forget her. So is it like a liquid Emile situation where she somehow got taken over by her mother's mind? I wonder if that plays into it at all. Now it's time to sleep, in this place that smells of blood. In this place that is as comforting as my mother's arms, in this place. And that leads to the start of the game, I guess, so that would be the end of this reminiscence sequence. Yeah, there we go. So Lost Time is literally just a recap of the whole backstory of that storyline, but you notice how there's still like a space left on the top right there. There's another option that I'm pretty sure we saw before. What was the option in the actual options menu? Okay, we don't need to. We'll make it fast. So I'm actually pretty surprised that we haven't set it to that already. But I think that if we go to new game, there is another new option in a place that used to be a blank space at the beginning of this, Dear Martel. And that's like the second storyline, which I think actually corresponds to the, like I said, the storyline of the game that apparently only came out in Japanese cell phones that acted as a precursor to this. That this is like a pseudo-sequel to. I am going to pick a save state here, because I trust that that whole thing is saved, and that if I like restart this completely, it'll just take me back there. It'll let me go back there. But yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna be checking that out. I also vaguely recall hearing about something called Dear List that may or may not have ever actually come into existence. That was like yet another game in that sort of series that I suppose it actually is. But I don't know, I'll have to look more into that if I ever decide that I want to also stream Dear Martel, which may or may not happen this year. I don't know. I remembered another game that I'm probably gonna want to check out at some point. That's probably pretty spooky, but well, right now I'm just gonna bring back the iTunes playlist because I'm just gonna play things out now, pretty much. But another game that spooky game that I'm probably gonna want to bring to stream at some point is Wii game. I would tell you the title, but that's a bit of a meme, I would say. And maybe also Fatal Frame 2, I don't know. Maybe I'll want to play the sequels to that on stream at some point, because I did finish Fatal Frame 1 on stream, even if there were some technical hiccups there. But yeah, this has been the end of Theresia, Dear Emile, something that I had kept on my freaking back burner hiatus thingy for quite a long time, but that I'm glad I managed to bring to a conclusion, because I did, well, for a number of reasons, not the least of which being that I actually wanted to see for myself, like finally, after all this time. And so I have, even if apparently there's a revelation that there's a bit more that I do check out that I may end up checking out by myself first before I do streams, I don't know. Probably not like immediately, at any rate, if that does turn out to happen. But right now, it's even like got the friggin' triumphant church music from Valkyrie profile to say indicate that we finally gotten to the end of the journey. But on that note, I think I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I think I'm gonna actually drop a quick thingy with a raid for someone that I haven't gotten around to being able to raid in a while, but probably will have a few more chances to do that soon. Which is our old friend Captain K, who funnily enough is now playing Monster Hunter Rise. I'm pretty sure he's still on the Switch version, because that's I'm pretty sure the only version that he has played. And yeah, not sure on the specifics. I would wager that he's probably farther than I got in that game at this point, but yeah, go say hi. Pretty nice, pretty chill, pretty fun dude, and all that good stuff. And I guess I'll try to stick to this schedule that I've fabricated, at least for the time being. Probably go back to playing Yakuza 0 whenever I stream next, see if I can also make my way through that game. So that's pretty much probably what's on the menu for anything that I do by myself in the immediate future, and once that's dealt with, probably Chrono Cross, but I think I'll also bring back, like, you've seen the first stream of the week, I guess, for adventure game stuff, because there is something else that I do want to get through on the stream sooner than later, but we'll get to that in due time. For now, I will simply say you'll take it easy. I thank everybody for coming, like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat. Thanks for hanging out and all that good stuff. And I will be seeing you later. So everybody go rest my throat, finally.